sincere gesture of respect for a fallen patriot. That story shows our speaker to be a rare politician. So, also epitomized what I believe is how the final wisdom and that is genuineness. For those reasons, it is my genuine pleasure and my honor to welcome to our podium Senator Tom Conrad.
Michael, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation to speak today. I'd also like to thank Jamestown's chairman, Bill Vocal, for organizing this event. It's good to be back with Jamestown. For nearly 4 decades, your organization has advocated a strong, assertive, and decisive American foreign policy. I can think of no better organization with which to discuss the pressing crisis in Ukraine and its implications for our strategy regarding Taiwan. First, I think it's essential to recognize that the current crisis in Ukraine did not begin in February 2022. It began in January of 2021 when Joe Biden took office. Remember that in his first week in office, President Biden handed Vladimir Putin his #1 diplomatic priority: the unconditional renewal of the badly one-sided nuclear arms treaty. Far from satiating Putin, this early accommodation only whetted his appetite further. Sensing weakness, the Russian dictator massed tens of thousands of troops and tanks and munitions on the Ukrainian border in April of 2021. In response to this obvious pressure, the White House scrambled to schedule a summit in Geneva in June. A summit that would elevate Putin's international prestige once again and allow him to pretend that Russia was on equal footing with the United States of America. The troops may have left, but ominously, and then before the summit began, President Biden to do further massive and unreciprocated concessions. First, the administration waived Russian mandated sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, despite President Volodymyr Zelensky's warnings that the pipeline would deepen Europe's addiction to Russian energy and empower Putin to attack Ukraine. Second, the administration also froze $100 million in military aid to Ukraine in anticipation of the summit. Putin thus entered the summit already in triumph, having been handed several of his top foreign policy objectives in the very first months of the Biden administration. He believed his power was ascendant, while his opposition on the continent was weak and disorganized. But ultimately, Ukraine's fate was probably not sealed in Europe or an eclipsy summit. It was almost sealed in the mountains of Afghanistan runway in Kabul. Those terrible August days last year, a relatively small Taliban force routed a military armed and trained by the West and captured Kabul without even a fight, while Afghanistan's president fled the country. Desperate crowds thronged the airport. Hundreds of Americans were trapped behind Taliban lines, and ISIS suicide bombers tragically exploited the chaos and killed 13 brave Americans and hundreds more Afghans. During this defeat with dishonor, Putin was watching. If America could be humiliated by a band of 7th century savages, it was in no state to help Ukraine resist the full might of the Russian military, is the certain conclusion that Putin drew. Now, this in part because those troops began returning to Ukraine's border just weeks later. Precedents are important in foreign policy. Indeed, establishing effective precedents is essential to our credibility and our ability to deter adversaries. In Afghanistan, President Biden set a clear precedent that he would not act to save an ally in its moment of greatest need. In doing so, he undermined American deterrence in Europe and set the stage for Russia's renewed aggression. In the months that followed, Russia assembled nearly 200,000 troops on the Ukrainian border. Again, the Biden administration made a series of unforced errors. The president said NATO might not take action if Russia's attack was simply a minor incursion. The president began his bad habit of repeatedly telling Vladimir Putin what the United States would not do to deter a Russian invasion. At the same time, the president ordered the evacuation of our embassy in Kyiv, sending a clear message that America thought Ukraine would buckle in a fight. For Vladimir Putin, all the lights were flashing green, and he went for the jugular, sending air assault forces, armored columns, and teams of assassins to seize Kyiv and decapitate his government in one fell swoop. To his credit, President Zelensky rejected President Biden's offer of evacuation. He stayed and fought, and so did his people. The uncommon valor of the Ukrainian patriots resulted in the greatest embarrassment for the Russian military in a generation. Russia's wild thrust towards Kyiv was repulsed. More than 10,000 Russian soldiers are now dead, and a Russian flagship lies at the bottom of the Black Sea. The war that was supposed to be over in a few days and result in Ukraine's total conquest has now transitioned into a war of attrition in the east. Not only that, NATO is mostly united and growing, as Sweden and Finland have applied to join the alliance as a result of Putin's aggression. The war that was supposed to demonstrate Russia's might has instead magnified its vulnerabilities. Of course, these facts are cold comfort to Ukraine. Russia's battlefield setbacks and Ukraine's surprising fortitude should not be allowed to hide the string of failures that led us to this point in the first place. The true measure of a successful foreign policy isn't stalemate or even victory on the battlefield. It's the successful deterrence of conflict. By this measure, the Biden administration has undeniably failed. We should back Ukraine to the hilt, not only to stop further aggression by Russia in Europe, but also to send a clear message to communist China. If China invades Taiwan, it too will fail. For just as Russia watched what happened in Afghanistan, China is now watching closely what's unfolding in Ukraine. As I said before, precedents matter. We must set a clear precedent that is painful for Russia and unmistakable for the Chinese. Today, there are warning signs that Beijing may be considering an invasion. Chinese aircraft regularly swarm Taiwan's air defense zones, holding their weaknesses, exhausting their pilots and aircraft, and setting camouflage conditions for a potential invasion in the future. Just last week, Beijing repeated its unlawful claim that the Taiwan Straits are internal waters that China has a right to control completely. Chinese Communist Party spokeswoman even threatened Taiwan's demise if it attempts to defend itself from invasion. In response, President Biden on 3 occasions has rightly declared that America will defend Taiwan if China attacks, only for anonymous White House aides to immediately walk back those statements, leaving us in the worst of both worlds: provocation without deterrence. The U.S. government has somehow succeeded in making strategic ambiguity even more ambiguous, when it should be doing the opposite. Or, to borrow a phrase from Joe Biden that he used to criticize President George W. Bush, this policy is now apparently one of ambiguous strategic ambiguity. Certainty is essential to deterrence. The United States should end this policy of strategic ambiguity and adopt one of strategic clarity. There must be no doubt. We will fight to defend Taiwan, and China will lose if it invades Taiwan. The basic lesson of the run-up to the Russian invasion of Ukraine: deterrence comes before the conflict, not during it. As we change our declaratory policy regarding Taiwan, we also ought to substantially increase arms shipments to Taiwan. In doing so, we must keep in mind, though, that not all arms are created equal. We should have a frank conversation with the leaders of Taipei about what weapons they need to turn Instead of expensive and large weapon systems that may be immediately targeted in the event of war, with an arsenal of mobile weapons, such as Stinger missiles, ground-launch anti-ship cruise missiles, and advanced sea mines. For decades, China's military armed itself with the weapons to deter a superior American military. Turnabout is fair play, and it's only fitting that we give the Taiwanese the same capabilities to deter the People's Liberation Army. We must also work with Taiwan to expand and dramatically improve its reserve forces so that in the event of invasion, they can augment the island's defenses rapidly and effectively. We must continue to readjust our own posture in the region, rebuild and reinvigorate our Pacific fleet, and deploy a full array of military assets to the Western Pacific. And as we must expect our friends in the region, to also build up their own capabilities and share in this collective burden. We should not rely solely on military tools, though. We must inform Beijing in no uncertain terms that we will also deploy the full array of economic measures to cripple their economy and erode their keystone of domestic stability in the event they attack Taiwan. We must make clear that we will cut their economy off from global markets, freeze their assets in the United States, eliminate their companies from Western stock markets, and restrict their supply of raw materials from the rest of the world. They must know that their exports will rust and rot in their own ports, their factories will go quiet, and their people will go restless. The United States and our allies must be willing to cut China off from global trade and finance until they end any future aggression and recognize that the Taiwanese people have a right to govern themselves. The good news is that the Chinese Communist Party can still be deterred. It's dangerous, but it's also vulnerable. The Chinese Communist Party depends on the outside world to feed the Chinese people above a mere subsistence level. Its military is enormous, but untested. And it may be just as riven with nepotism and corruption as it appears the Russian military was as well. A fully rearmed America, standing strong with our allies in support of an armed and ready Taiwan, is not only capable of repulsing a Chinese attack on Taiwan, but also, and more importantly, likely to deter the attack in the first place. We're living in unmistakably troubling and dangerous times. We must meet them with unmistakable strength and resolve, because only the strong can deter aggression. Only the strong can preserve peace, and only the strong can preserve their freedom in a dangerous world. Thank you all. I'm now happy to take your questions.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Tom. One of the many things I like about you is there is no strategic ambiguity about where you stand. So thank you. It's time for questions now. When I call on you, I want you to state your name, stand up, state your name and your affiliation, and ask me a concise, direct question. The senator's got to be back in the Senate. He's got to leave here at 9:45, so we don't have time for speeches from anyone but him. If you give a speech, I might cut you off.
Remind me of John McCain. He used to say on occasion that your questions should have two sentences. The first sentence should end in a question mark, and the second sentence should be thank you.
Okay, that's good.
But we want to enforce the McCain rule.
A good rule to follow. So I'm gonna start out with two questions that I have actually, as examples of questions. The question format. Senator, you wrote an op-ed back in November warning that Putin was going to invade Ukraine. As I said in my intro, impression on many issues. How did you know so far in advance before other people were focused on this issue that this was going to?
So I wrote that op-ed actually in early October. I didn't publish it until early November because only then did administration officials leak what was at that point overhead intelligence and other kinds of intelligence that showed the beginning of this buildup. I had long been concerned about Russia reigniting the frozen conflict in eastern Ukraine. Going back to my early days in the Senate in early 2015, it looked like Russia may have been about to launch a lightning strike to Mariupol and to try to connect the Donbas territory control to Crimea. So it's something I've been on the lookout for a while. As I said in my remarks, the buildup in April was ominous. Doubly so is the fact that they left behind so much of their equipment. So clearly it wasn't just part of routine annual military exercises. And then, as I mentioned in my remarks, I thought the threat environment had grown much graver after August when we had such a terrible fiasco in Afghanistan. I believe, I remember being home during our August recess thinking that the confluence of forces probably is going to encourage Vladimir Putin to go for the jugular, not just that he perceived Joe Biden as being weak, that NATO was divided at that point. President Zelensky had not yet buckled under 2 or 3 years of pressure to reverse Ukraine's drift to the west from Putin's point, and Putin himself was beginning to get up there in years. And then we get back in September and October, and our intelligence agencies confirmed all the things I observed and been thinking. So I wrote that op-ed about what we should do. I put it in the can, and I just waited until that some of that intelligence became public, and I think that was the last day or two of October, and published it in early November.
Well, so we're ahead of the curve and ahead of our intelligence agencies on that issue, and that leads me to the next question I wanted to ask. There's a consensus that we had intelligence failure on the Ukrainians' ability to fight back so hard. Do you agree that that was intelligence failure? And if so, what do we do about it?
Yeah, there's no question there was a significant failure. I've had this discussion in public settings with some of our intelligence agency heads. General Barrier from the DIA acknowledged it at the Armed Services Committee. And I stressed that there was a failure about Ukraine's ability to fight back against the Russian army, not just to sharpshoot our intelligence agencies, not to point out their mistakes. I have great respect and admiration for our intelligence officers, so much so that I married one of them. But they made a serious mistake here. It's a mistake that has ongoing policy implications in the real world. I think one reason why President Biden and a lot of Western leaders were slow off the marks in December and January, really even up to the war itself in the beginning days of the war, is because they believe that Russia will seize Kyiv and topple the Zelensky government almost immediately. So, for instance, why would we provide them advanced weapons? Or for that matter, why would we impose sanctions on Russia that's going to hurt our economy in a war that's going to be over in 72 or 96 hours? That still has echo effects. Part of the reason you see Russia incrementally grinding out territorial gains in eastern Ukraine right now is that we still are getting heavier weapons to Ukraine and training them on those weapons, because they're much different. Say a javelin, which I could probably get 30 minutes of refresher training on my Army days and be ready to deploy again. And I could probably teach any of you to deploy after about an afternoon of training. It's very different from a HIMARS or a multiple launch rocket system. And it all goes back to the expectation, and I got to say, in some European capitals, probably the hope that the whole war would be over by the first weekend. And it wasn't, and when it was not, I think President Zelensky really shamed a lot of people, not only here in Washington, but in Western Europe as well, into rushing more aid to Ukraine, the kind of aid that they needed in northern Ukraine to empower their dismounted infantry to repel the armored attacks on Kyiv. But we still see the failures there, and that's one reason why I think it's important that we be upfront and honest that the intelligence failures about what would happen after Russia crossed the line of departure still has genuine policy implications on the ground. They were largely right leading up to the war. We got a lot of good intelligence from overhead intelligence or signals intelligence about what Russia's army was up to. we consistently heard that, well, we don't know if he's made a final decision. And I would always stress, like, well, I know you don't know that. I mean, but you don't have to have Vladimir Putin's mistress or butler on payroll to just look at the inherent logic of events and figure out what's going on here. But the failures about what would happen after the invasion started still have great consequences on the ground.
Thank you. Well, just glad we have you on the Intelligence Committee and that you consult your wife for inside information. Okay, let's turn to the audience for questions now. Glenn?
Thank you. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, got it.
Glenn Howard, President, Jamestown Foundation. Thank you. It's a great honor to have you here today. My question was, Ukraine's fought back valiantly, but public reports suggest Putin's continuing to make gains in the east. Can you help us understand kind of further, a little bit more about the classified intelligence from the armed services and intelligence committees, and without really kind of revealing anything? What do you think the American people are missing most about this conflict?
Well, I won't reveal any classified intelligence about this, because I don't think there really is notable classified intelligence, not what I've seen anyway, about what's happening in eastern Ukraine. There's good reporting, public media, there's good work done here in Washington by many think tanks, including your own, about what's happening. Russia is making gradual incremental gains in eastern Ukraine. Russia is still plagued by severe problems, whether it's supply lines, on ground lines of communication, it's morale among its frontline troops, poor leadership, poorly coordinated fires. But right now they are still outranging and outgunning Ukraine's on it. Now, hopefully that's going to gradually start changing as more of these long-range weapon systems get to Ukraine. But again, it gets back to the slow start that we had. I do think there's a chance if Russia can achieve some kind of coherent front line in the Donbass, that they may try to clear a pause and see what happens in Western capitals, especially in Berlin and Paris and Rome. That's what Vladimir Putin has probably been counting on from the beginning. Even after his military plans went awry in north of Kyiv, he's probably always been counting on the fact that if he gets to a point where there's an operational pause, that the West will put enough pressure on Zelensky and the Ukrainian government to accept unfavorable terms and have some kind of ceasefire or armistice that allows Putin to start consolidating territory and rebuilding combat power. And in keeping with the theme of your conference, it is vital that we not let that happen, not just for what it teaches Vladimir Putin, but what it teaches Xi Jinping. You know, supposedly, Zhu Enlai told Henry Kissinger when asked about the impact of the French Revolution on the modern world, it's too soon to tell. And if it's too soon to tell, it's too soon to tell what the impact of the French Revolution is in the modern world 180 years later. It's much too soon to tell what the impact of the war in Ukraine is in Beijing's thinking 4 months later. And if in fact you see the German government, the French government, the Italian government, and the EU leadership beginning to put pressure on Ukraine's government, beginning to slow the delivery of new munitions or new weapons, and Ukraine begins to feel the pressure of accepting unacceptable terms, I think that will simply confirm what Vladimir Putin thinks about Western leaders, and it'll probably confirm what Xi Jinping thinks about them, which is, you know, they're on the other side of the world. They have no cultural or linguistic ties to Taiwan. They're desperate for access to my market. They have a lot of companies already operating in my market. There's no way they would do to me what they just tried to do to Russia. And if they did, they would taper off much faster than just 4 or 5 or 6 months. So that's why I think it's so important that we not try to put pressure on Ukraine to take unacceptable terms for a ceasefire or armistice or any kind of peace settlement.
Okay. I'm going to call on General Stillwell, who came all the way from Hawaii. So I think he deserves a question.
Thank you. Senator Cotton, thanks for making the time and really appreciate those clear words and strategic thoughts. You mentioned the impacts of what's going on in Ukraine on Beijing and Taiwan thinking. With that being said, you mentioned examples of more we can do, but can you maybe add on to your thoughts on what we can do to deter Beijing? What
That in Ukraine, the only thing that has changed Putin's thinking, the only thing that has protected Ukraine is battlefield success. You know, you can light up your buildings with Ukrainian color all you want. You can have hashtags. You can give tough speeches. You can even impose economic sanctions. But the only thing that has changed Vladimir Putin's thinking is battlefield success. The only thing that might have changed his thinking in advance of that invasion was enough weapons in Ukraine to think that his army wasn't going to be able to execute this mission. Now, one positive implication, to get back to your conference title, is that Xi Jinping is surely thinking that maybe his PLA is also kind of a hollow force in the same way that the Russian army proved to be. Whether it's the general staff lying to the boss or the general staff itself deluded and confused about its own capabilities. The clearest way to continue to complicate this plan, one, as I mentioned, to change our posture, our declaratory policy, to one that says we would come to Taiwan's aid. But second, if we do that, we also have to augment our defenses and augment Taiwan's defenses. One thing I mentioned, again, it doesn't take a lot of expensive hardware. Don't have to worry about supply chain bottlenecks. It's helping Taiwan develop the kind of ready, skilled reserve force that countries like Israel and Finland, also small countries, also in tough neighborhoods, have had for a long time. They need to improve their reserve force quite a bit. They also need to augment their own military defense, as I said, with asymmetric weapons. You know, there's saying back in the New Deal time in this country that we're going to have chicken in every pot. In Taiwan, they should probably have a stinger in every actor. There should be no question that Taiwan is a much bigger bite than the PLA is able to chew. And we can do all those things. Some of that's going to require more military contact. This administration is allergic to, that frankly, most administrations, except the last one, was not willing to undertake, but I think we need to undertake that. So it has to be a combination, in my opinion, of clear, strong policy up front, backed up by military force. And everything else, like I said, the hashtags, the speeches, movie stars visiting, it's all fine, doesn't hurt, but it's not going to deter an aggressive dictator if he thinks that he can achieve success on the battlefield.
So, look back.
John Van Oudenarn, editor-in-chief of China Brief. You have voiced support for Finland and Sweden being included in NATO, and some have argued that that would extend NATO's borders with Russia. What do you think the value added would be of Finland and Sweden to NATO? Thank you, sir.
So I think there's a lot of value added to having Finland, Sweden, and NATO. Again, first and foremost, NATO is a military alliance. It's not a political alliance. It's not a diplomatic alliance. It's not a debate society where we talk about our shared values and aspirations. Those are all fine. It is a military alliance to deter Russian aggression. And Sweden and Finland both have highly capable militaries. Let's just be honest. They probably have militaries better than half or maybe 2/3 of current NATO members. I won't name them by names, but I bet a lot of you know who they are. And they know who they are as well. But they've long had capable militaries. Those militaries are largely already interoperable with NATO. Second, they have large defense industries as well, defense industries that are needed for a lot of the smaller NATO partners who don't have such industries, or that are needed to provide arms to a country like Ukraine in its hour of greatest need. On the question of the border, you know, I hear this a lot in Congress about how bad it is for us to add 800 miles of border with Russia. I think we should turn that on its head. We should think about how bad it is for Russia to have to defend 800 more miles of border with NATO, border of Finland as well. The Russian general staff has been for 80 years deeply steeped in what happened in the Winter War in 1939 and 1940. No Russian general officer wants to put his hand on that hot stove again. I mean, in some ways, what happened in that Winter War is exactly what happened in Ukraine. They spread out along that entire border. They did not mass forces. They assumed they have a rapid victory. And in the end, they got repelled. Then they built up combat power in the south, and they were able to get a favorable settlement on their terms. But then Finland continued to fight back. So rather than thinking about what kind of risk this poses to NATO, I think it's better to think about what kind of risk it poses to Russia and how it complicates Vladimir Putin's war planning. It reminds me of the story about U.S. Grant taking command of all of the Union armies in the spring of 1864. And he gets to Washington and he goes out to the Army of the Potomac, and they're doing some war planning. And he keeps hearing about what Robert E. Lee is going to do. And he told these general officers who for 2 years have been largely whipped by Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, I'm hardly tired of hearing about what Robert E. Lee is going to do. You all think that he's going to do a backflip and 2 somersaults and end up at our rear and both of our flanks at the same time. Go back to your commands and think about what you are going to do to Robert E. Lee. And I think adding Sweden and especially Finland complicates Russia's war planning and defenses much more so than it does ours. Finally, I would just add Russia and China, Finland and Sweden also both have advanced industrial economies that have a lot of economic might. They also have the only 2 real competitors outside of South Korea to Huawei and ZTE and other Chinese telecom, and that's an important asset to add to NATO as well.
Okay, there was someone over there that had his hand up earlier, but gentleman in the back.
Thank you. I'm a business consultant from the country of Georgia. Thank you, Senator, for everything you've been doing for almost 7-8 years for ex-Soviet countries, including Ukraine, Georgia, and others. My question is about that. As the war protracts and the Western capitals starting to have fatigue, that can be seen in certain statements in EU or here as well. What should be done by people like you, representatives, senators, administration, to make sure that the aid to countries like Ukraine is always there and is increased? Because we saw Kissinger talking about some kind of compromise Ukraine should be doing vis-a-vis Russia, etc. So how you view the future and aid packages as well coming from Western capitals?
Well, I think Washington really provides the linchpin here. If Washington continues to support Ukraine, we will fortify the strongest members of NATO. That's London and Warsaw and the Baltic nations, probably soon to be Helsinki as well. And it'll have the effect of minimizing the voices of accommodation and conciliation that you hear out of other NATO countries like France and Germany and Italy. But if Washington starts crawfishing away from the Ukrainian government and starts delaying the delivery of munitions or weapons, then it's only going to embolden those voices in Western Europe. I will say that NATO and the EU need to do a little bit more of carrying the load in both money and weapons. The Congress cannot continue to vote on $40 billion aid packages every quarter. I mean, the EU is a larger economy than the United States, and it's all combined. This is in their backyard. They have to care about it just as much as we do. And second, we cannot continue to be the main arms supplier. Sure, there are certain weapons that we can supply and that only we can supply, but many of these countries, like France or Italy, Sweden, and Finland soon, also have their own advanced defense industries. They need to provide as many weapons as we are, because we're not going to rely on their munition stockpiles to deter China and the Western Pacific. They're going to rely on ours, and we have to make sure that our stockpiles and what we keep in the Western Pacific with our treaty allies there, what we have in reserve to deter Taiwan, is sufficient. That's why we have to depend on European NATO to carry more of its share of the load. I think they will, as long as Washington is working in concert with those NATO allies who stand most strongly against Russia's war in Ukraine.
We have time for 1 or 2 more. This gentleman here.
Thank you. I'm Brett Rushford. I publish an online journal on national security. Do you see any need to strengthen the states to counter Chinese disinformation aimed at weakening Taiwanese resistance, such as maybe helping the CIA's open source center be more effective, or to fund more of the State Department Center for Global Engagement?
I think Chinese propaganda, like Russian propaganda, is pervasive and it's insidious. You see it here in Washington. It's behind advertising inserts in the hometown paper. You see it across the country, frankly, in the China lobby that pops up in all kinds of unexpected ways to most Americans, whether it's universities and colleges, depending on Chinese nationals paying full rate tuition, or lobbying through manufacturers, not just giant global companies, but obviously China, like ESPN and Disney, but even middle market manufacturers. It is a pervasive influence in our politics, and we need to do more to highlight it and to counteract it. We also need to do that in the Western Pacific too. I think you see something of a dry run here in Ukraine as well. Another intelligence failure is that Ukraine's command and control and their access to civilian internet communications would be totally whacked within not days, really hours. And that just isn't the case. In fact, a lot of places in Ukraine now have probably better internet access than they once did, because Elon Musk has put Starlink terminals all around the country for a few $100s each. Technology to overcome if we have the political will.
Another one? Okay, one more. And we get one of the ladies this time. Right.
Well, thank you. My name is Maria Kogan. I'm from the Embassy of Finland here in DC. So thank you, Senator, for speaking in support of our NATO membership. And I'm very happy to continue the discussion what kind of added value Finland and Sweden bring to NATO. But given that we're hopefully soon to become members of NATO, I would be interested in hearing your views. How do you vision the future of NATO vis-a-vis the Indo-Pacific region and China especially? Thank you.
Well, NATO is a North Atlantic military alliance. That was its origin. It's always been its main responsibility. Frankly, I think if they had spent a little more time focusing on the North Atlantic, and especially the Russian threat over the last 20 years, rather than trying to find new rationales for their ongoing existence, we might have been in a better posture towards Russia and Ukraine. I think Russia's invasion of Ukraine probably serves as a reminder that while we need European help in any potential conflict with China, we need them to help fight back against China's economic campaign of aggression against the West. As a military matter, the Western Pacific is primarily going to be the United States and South Korea and Japan and Australia. Again, not say that the European contribution there is going to be minimal, but the NATO organization is primarily a North Atlantic organization designed to prevent Russian aggression. And that's what it, again, now that so many people seem to have been woken from their slumber that this is kind of aggression is a reality in the modern world, but they need to focus on continuing to deter that aggression in the future.
Okay, well, Tom, I can't thank you enough for coming here to be with us today. You're clearly one of the most learned and deepest thinkers on this and many other issues. With your historical perspective, I think is really unique among all the years, and probably one of the reasons behind certain things. If you folks like what you heard today, I would urge you to look in the bookstores on November 15th for the Senator's upcoming book. He didn't ask me to make this plug, but I'm doing
It's actually
it.
available for pre-order right now.
It's called Only the Strong, and it chronicles our foreign policy mistakes over the last few decades and what we need to do to make America strong again. His last book, Sacred Duty, was a New York Times bestseller, and I expect nothing less from this one. So again, what a privilege to have you here, Senator, and just want to thank you on behalf of
we could be here at 10:15.
of two expert panel discussions that we have today. And this panel will assess key differences and similarities between the conflict in Ukraine and a potential Taiwan contingency, as well as identify and consider potential lessons learned from Ukraine for Taiwan. We're, of course, here at Jamestown, not the only ones to make the link between these two far-flung locales. Both Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky have made that connection. Shortly after Russia's invasion in late February 2022, President Tsai noted the recent situation in Ukraine once again proves that the protection of the country, in addition to international solidarity and assistance, depends on the unity of the whole people of Taiwan. And in his remarks to the Shangri-La dialogue in Singapore earlier this month, President Zelensky warned the world to, quote unquote, take preemptive measures to prevent China from invading Taiwan. And in a clear reference to Chinese President Xi Jinping, stated that there are, quote unquote, certain political leaders who continue to keep, quote unquote, growing their appetites and ambitions, and that the world, quote unquote, must use preemptive measures against such people. This highlights some of the important similarities between Taiwan and Ukraine, smaller democratic states that are both menaced by larger, revanchist authoritarian neighbors. But of course, there are some key differences that I think the panel will discuss on. Obviously, Taiwan's an island in Asia versus a part of the Eurasian landmass. Ukraine enjoys much more international recognition than Taiwan does, with most countries in the world abiding by some sort of one China policy, right? And finally, China is larger and more embedded into the international system and economy than Russia is. Okay, I've talked enough. We've got an excellent panel with us here today, which is going to talk us through some key lessons and takeaways from Ukraine for Taiwan in a number of areas. The military and strategic lessons, the lessons in the information space, and the diplomatic and political lessons. First, to my immediate left, we have Admiral Michael McDevitt, a U.S. Navy retired, who was for many years, or still a senior fellow at CNA. During his 34-year naval career, Admiral McDevitt held 4 at-sea commands, including command of an aircraft carrier battle group. We have Dr. Bonnie Lim, who's a senior fellow for Asian security and director of the China Power Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Previously, she was at the RAND Project Air Force, and then at the Office of Secretary of Defense, Taiwan office. We have Joe McReynolds, who is the Chief for Global Information Operations and Cyber at SOSI, and the China Security Studies Fellow at the Jamestown Foundation. He is also the lead editor and co-author of China's Evolving Military Strategy, which is a very primary source heavy resource, which I encourage you to check out. And then finally, last but not least, we have Russell Shao, who's the executive director of the Global Taiwan Institute, a senior fellow of the Jamestown Foundation, and importantly, previously the editor of China. All right, with that, let me turn it over to Admiral McDevitt here, who's going to talk us through some of the military lessons of Ukraine for China.
Thank you, John. I'd like to express my appreciation to Chairman DeVogel and President Howard for inviting me to speak on this topic. This is, like many of you, I suspect, over the past few months, I've been glued to the television and haven't read nearly as much about China and much more about Ukraine and what's going on in Europe. I think it's important to recognize that what I have to say today could become totally irrelevant because the Russo-Ukrainian War of 2022 is not yet over. In fact, it seems more likely that it could evolve into the Russo-Ukrainian War of 2023 or perhaps even 2024. Clearly, the early euphoria that we found in the media over battlefield successes that somehow foreshadowed an early Ukrainian victory, that euphoria seems to have been muted of late. Ukraine might very well emerge victorious, but the Russian army is demonstrating that it too can adapt. It has reverted to the operational approach to war that allowed the Red Army to destroy the Nazi Wehrmacht in World War II. A grinding approach, as we heard from Senator Kopp, based on massive uses of artillery bombardment, followed by combined infantry armor advances. This is attrition warfare that favors the side with the most men, the most weapons, and the most ammunition. Since the instigator of this war is seized with the irredented zeal to replicate Peter the Great's Great Northern War against Sweden, which incidentally that lasted 21 years, we must assume that today's war might go on for some time. So what is this? So we must also consider, as hopefully Taiwan is doing, that any success that Ukraine achieves may not be permanent so long as Putin or his ilk is in charge in Moscow. This leads me to the first lesson that Taiwan hopefully is absorbing. If Beijing is unwilling to forego military action to achieve reunification, any military achieve attack could very well be only a temporary ceasefire. And again, Senator Cotton talked about that very problem with Ukraine. In short, I think that Ukraine reminds us that like Israel or Singapore, he included Finland, and I would as well, a nation surrounded by powerful, large, irredentic claimants such as Taiwan is, must become a society that must value the virtues of military competence, preparedness, and resilience. It also helps to have a powerful patriot. In this case, all three have the same one. The second lesson from Ukraine, and in my judgment, a very important one, is the relevance of nuclear weapons. Putin put his nuclear capabilities on the table at the outset, presumably to remind the world that Russia too was a nuclear superpower. President Biden, wisely in my view, was quick to forswear any direct combat role for the United States because of the possibility of escalation. With the country that has a treaty guaranteed nuclear weapon, is a treaty guaranteed nuclear weapons peer of the United States. As the president said, the U.S. combat involvement could lead to World War III. Now, China is not close to matching the U.S. or Russia in nuclear capability, but it is on a trajectory to close this gap and has steadfastly refused to become involved in arms limitations discussion. So what does this all mean for Taiwan? Should the PRC attack Taiwan, a U.S. President, Congress could elect to follow the Biden example and prohibit any direct U.S. combat involvement, especially as the PLA's inventory of ICBMs grows. That means that U.S. involvement could be limited to providing weapons and intelligence assistance, and expect the Republic of China's armed forces to do all of the fighting. Short, no U.S. combat forces. I suspect that this is one reason why the PRC has seemingly abandoned its minimum deterrent posture. There are others, but this is certainly one of them, I think, because they have come to appreciate that a larger nuclear weapon force improves its ability to deter direct involvement from Washington. China's military capabilities grow, especially its nuclear. This is a credible possibility that Taiwan must at least consider acting. That means, again, to paraphrase what Senator Cotton said, serious planning on mobilization of the entire population and war-related industry. expanding the size of the combat arms branches of the regular ROC Army and Marine Corps, taking conscription serious and expanding the term of service to 2 years for all eligible individuals, making a serious investment in militia and reserve organizations. In that regard, there's a great lesson to be learned from the involvement of the various state National Guard institutions with Ukraine. The California National Guard, my home state, has had a long involvement with Ukraine in terms of their air power. And so this is an example that we should seriously see what can be done with regard to Taiwan, where we have various state National Guard entities making become partners with one aspect or another of Taiwan's military force. This went on, by the way, for about 8 years, starting in 2013 in Ukraine at the National Guard. And it's not just the California Guard, different guards around the country have partnered with various aspects of Ukrainian military. And this is a terrific way to build capabilities and expose them to modern weapons techniques and strategies and tactics. Continue my list of what must be done if Taiwan faces the potential of going it alone. Building up its own stocks of ammunition, especially artillery and selective smart weapons. One very important lesson from Ukraine is how quickly forces burn through ammunition during major combat operations. I mean, this goes all the way back to the first war with Egypt, second Israeli operation against Egypt when they surprised the Israelis. The pace of using smart weapons was staggering, and militaries need to understand this. That once you have these precision weapons, the temptation to blast away with it is overwhelming. In this regard, it's important that ROC planners consider how difficult it is likely to be when compared to Ukraine. Sorry, got the wrong page here. Oh, I don't. Building up stocks of again. In this regard, it's important that ROC planners consider how difficult it is likely to be when compared to Ukraine to deliver military supplies to Taiwan once the shooting starts. It's easy enough to drive or send trains across the border from Poland or Romania into Ukraine. It's a different story when you have an island that can be blockaded and which the Chinese might be able to achieve. How you would reinforce Taiwan, as I say, once the shooting starts. Supplies can only come via ship or aircraft, and depending upon what rules of engagement Beijing uses, that could become very problematic. Another lesson from Ukraine relevant to Taiwan is the importance of pre-combat intelligence and warning, or as the U.S. military calls it, I&W. The U.S. was publicly and presumably privately providing credible intelligence that Putin was really going to attack. But nobody believed him, even Zelensky. Up to the last minute, many people didn't think Putin would actually pull the trigger. So just as in the Ukrainian case, it seems likely that the PLA would use the pretext of conducting an exercise to mask the buildup of combat power, especially that within those combat forces within striking range of Taiwan. If Beijing plans an invasion, the collection of shipping and warships would be obvious. The point is, it would be difficult for the PLA to achieve tactical surprise if the intelligence is believed and acted upon. In short, the PRC would be unable to mask a buildup for invasion, but on the other hand, could begin a coercive bombardment first with missiles and then by aircraft on a relatively short notice basis. What does this mean for Taiwan? One thing that has been abundantly clear on TV is that a war with a major power is incredibly violent and that it will be impossible to make Taiwan bulletproof. I think Taipei has to understand that they're going to take hits. They're going to take hits, and that nobody can stop. Deterrence fail. Missiles will cause a lot of damage. This will undoubtedly create confusion and trigger an urge for women and children to be evacuated. Ukraine crossing the border to safety to the west was relatively straightforward, as we witnessed on television. Leaving Taiwan when it is under fire will certainly be an immensely more difficult, not impossible, situation for people who are trying to escape violence or evacuate. This means making sure that nationwide plans for civilian shelters and civil defense means need to be reestablished. They probably have, since the days of the early days of bombardments across of Quemoy and Matsu, and the fear that the mainland would attack quickly across the strait. I'm not sure if those facilities have been kept active or not. It seems unlikely that the PRC would permit major airports to remain open, and evacuation by sea would need prior arrangements or agreements for Beijing to not attack these civilian ships. For example, cruise liners that could be chartered to bring out refugees and what have you. But again, you'd have to get guarantees that not only would they would not be attacked by missiles, but that the word got out to the submarine force not to shoot torpedoes at them, which happened a lot in World War II, despite agreements to not attack hospital ships painted with red crosses and what have you. Given the proximity of the small islets and the southern Ryukyu chain to Taiwan, an exodus of boat people by fishing and other small craft is also possible. So therefore, one thing that Taiwan ought to be thinking about is some quiet discussions with the Japanese Coast Guard for contingency planning in terms of there's a large evacuation from Taiwan by fishing crew. Now, I'm not a former soldier. Happily, Senator Cotton was, so he could talk more specifically about some of the ground combat issues. But one of the apparent successes of the Ukrainian army has been the use of small, relatively short-range drones to geolocate Russian vehicles and personnel so that its artillery and smart weapons can take them out. Hand-launched versions seem to be ubiquitous, and Taiwan has been, Ukraine has been capitalizing on the Turkish UAVs that were developed and have so far proven themselves in combat, both in Azerbaijan and now in Ukraine. And somehow Taiwan needs to figure out a way to get their bits on those things from Turkey. That's the best way to put that. These systems would be especially useful for dealing with PLA airborne and helicopter landed soldiers or landing craft associated with an invasion. These systems are directly related to the importance of tactical reconnaissance that can provide targeting for smart and weapons. This is something that needs to be practiced, so small ROC ground and mobilized reserves and what have you are trained and equipped to capitalize on the growing battlefield importance of these systems. Both the Russians and Ukrainians have heavy tank army. I mention this because I'm aware that a number of American experts have criticized Taiwan's desire. I've also been told that these critiques, in my personal opinion, are probably off base. It seems to me that the ROC Army has good plans to use dug-in or revetted tanks as counter-landing systems, which seems to be a sensible use for armor on a small island like Taiwan to cover the likely invasion. This raises the point that perhaps rushing to judgment over what weapons that Taiwan should or should not buy needs to be reconsidered in light of what we are learning about combat in Ukraine. I would hope that the Biden administration will be more restrained in its efforts to curate the arms that Taiwan wants to purchase. The U.S. and NATO allies are arming Ukraine with systems to use against Russian ships in the Black Sea blockade blockading Ukrainian ports. And we ought to be forthcoming about trying to do that for Taiwan. But, for example, the administration has just said no to the sale of anti-submarine warfare helicopters to Taiwan that are very good at finding submarines. The U.S. does deny the ROC Navy a very good capability for dealing with China, PLA Navy submarines trying to blockade Taiwan. So one might consider, if the ROC Navy can't do it, who's going to get stuck with the job? My time is up, but I want to leave you with a final observation. It's really too soon to judge with any confidence what lessons Taiwan can draw from the war in Ukraine. What is clear, however, is that whatever the lessons those may be, learning is only the beginning of wisdom. They must be put into practice, translated into actual procurement and training plans. With that, let me conclude. Thank you.
Thanks, Admiral McDevitt. Let's now turn to Bonnie Lin, who's going to talk us through some of China's strategic calculus as regards the use of force, specifically in a Taiwan situation. So Bonnie, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be part of this panel to address such an important topic that unsurprisingly is a focus across DC. So as John mentioned, I'll cover a bit of China's strategic calculus and what that means for Taiwan. I would just want to caveat that as Admiral McDevitt, as well as Sarah Cotton has said, it's still very, very early to assess what China or the PLA might be taking away from this conflict. To date, we don't have any authoritative writings to go on, but what we could do is try to assess, based off of what China or the PLA thought before, are there any major developments that they're seeing from Ukraine that has really changed this? And before I go into some of the details, let me just note that for many of us that engage quite frequently with the Chinese, I don't want to make the point that there's only one Chinese view, but there are relatively dominant views. And what I hope to portray today is what I think is the more dominant view. And before going into this, let me do mention that overall, looking at how China views the situation in terms of its larger strategic environment, as well as what the PLA needs to invest in, and from their perspective to better deal with the Taiwan problem from their perspective, I do not see any actual major changes or breaks in China's perspective. In fact, what Ukraine has done is caused China and the PLA to double down in many of their preconceived notions of how to potentially use force against Taiwan and what they should invest in. So as I go through some of the details, hopefully what I mentioned won't be too surprising because a lot of this has already been as part of PLA planning. So in terms, the first topic I want to cover is how has China's strategic environment changed? And I think it is quite important that to make the point that the Ukraine war has very much reinforced a zero-sum mentality from China's perspective, a zero-sum in terms of U.S.-China relations, but also as China thinks about cross-strait dynamics. At first glance, this seems quite puzzling because we're talking about a war in Ukraine and it's very far from Taiwan. But let me unpack this a little bit and you'll be able to understand why China feels so much that it is resonating, it is connecting with the Russian perspective. So the first point I would note that is that, as we all know, right before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, President Xi Jinping signed a joint statement with President Putin where the two sides revealed a no-limits friendship, partnership. Based off of that, but also the growing China-Russia ties, what we've seen is the official Chinese position is that it's NATO expansion and the West's quest for absolute security that caused the Ukraine conflict. So as China and Chinese experts are falling in line, many of them under this official perspective, it's quite easy then to draw the parallels for their region. So as they look in the Indo-Pacific, there's quite a bit of concern that as the United States, from their perspective, also operating very close to China, that we, from their perspective, could also be close to provoking a conflict similar to what NATO and the United States did in Europe. Some Chinese experts even believe that NATO might further expand to the Indo-Pacific. A second point in terms of this strengthening this overall dark perspective or a zero-sum mentality or a more problematic Chinese security environment is that as Chinese experts meet and discuss with US and Western experts on the causes of the Ukraine conflict, there is very little middle ground or understanding from their perspective of what when we say it's really Russian aggression. There's very little understanding from their perspective that could be the case. And when they hear us say again and again, we don't understand the Chinese position that Russia tried to work with the West and was denied and then was forced to use force, they're mirror imaging. The Chinese are mirror imaging and wondering, well, if the United States cannot understand the Russian position on Ukraine, would the United States ever understand the Chinese position on Taiwan? And that is creating more fears for US intentions, as well as more fears in terms of what the United States may have in mind for Taiwan. The third point I would note is that Chinese experts are quite frustrated with how the United States seems to have linked China with Russia very, very closely and linked to Ukraine. I've heard a number of Chinese experts mention to China is not involved in Ukraine. Let's be clear, with all the criticism about what China is doing with respect to Russia, China is not militarily involved in Ukraine. But you almost can't have a conversation these days about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine without at least some form of blame on China. So to Chinese experts, it's like, okay, there's a rise in anti-Chinese sentiment as a result of Ukraine, but we're really not the aggressors here. The fourth point I would note is that the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as well as China's positions, has created a greater fault line that we've seen Chinese experts point out, which is the democracy versus autocracy divide. This divide has become much more clear after Russian invasion because of the position that China had taken, but also because of how much the United States, our close allies and friends, the G7 have taken in terms of supporting Ukraine. This is perceived from the Chinese side as it looks to Taiwan. Are many of these countries that are taking the position to support Ukraine, are these countries, these close US allies, also going to take the same position when it comes to Taiwan? And finally, last but not least, in terms of strategic environment, I would note that Chinese are very cognizant that what's happening in Ukraine is increasing significant support for Taiwan, not only domestically within the United States, but internationally. The Chinese are aware that perhaps one of the major lessons that many are taking from Ukraine is international community, particularly the G7, is we don't want another Ukraine. We don't want Taiwan to be another Ukraine. And they're taking that to mean, does Taiwan have to remain separate from China? And they're viewing that as a problem for their goals for unification with Taiwan. So let me move now on to what does this mean for how China may think about use of force for Taiwan. So I think this is, if you combine the growing zero-sum mentality, a growing threat perception of a strategic environment, with some potential lessons learned from Russia's use of force against Ukraine, I think there actually needs to be some mixed lessons. So I'll lay two of them out, and then I don't really know which one is going to be the dominant factor, but I think both could be equally important as we think about how China may use force. So as Admiral mentioned, when we look at Ukraine in 2022, we have to be reminded that Russia did take a major military operation in Crimea in 2014. That's not lost on China that when Russia first went into Ukraine in 2014, it was relatively easier militarily for Russia, but with 8 years of time, Ukraine was able to increase its defenses in a number of ways that Admiral outlined, including working with the National Guard and whatnot, acquiring these weapons through national support. So then when Russia went in again in 2022, it was a lot more difficult. So if you apply this lesson to Taiwan, what are you taking away? Is what you're taking away that if China wants to move on Taiwan, finish it in one go, don't give Taiwan 8 years in between? That could be a potential lesson, and that could mean that if China really wants to use force against Taiwan, do a fast and rapid invasion, get it done with. Don't build in time in between. So that's one potential way of thinking about it. Another way that I'm actually hearing more from potential Chinese interlocutors is that as China looks at what's happening in Ukraine, they recognize they don't want to be in a similar situation as Russia. Not so much that China is not willing to use force if it assesses that Taiwan may go independent, is that they are assessing that Russian use of force right now is not a victory in any sense. So if China is not yet quite ready to invade Taiwan, and we can talk about whether China is right now or not, but if you assume with me that China is not quite yet ready to invade Taiwan, but wants to forestall what it sees as a more hostile external environment, a trend of Taiwan moving more towards gradual independence, and US slicing of our one China policy and our hollowing out of our one China policy. So these are the Chinese perspectives. A potential way that China could do so, short of an invasion, could be finding a reason to provoke a cross-strait crisis. So I'm not talking about an invasion. It could be something like a blockade, it could be something smaller than that. A potential example would be the 1995-1996 Taiwan Strait crisis. If you look at that from China's perspective, it actually was not bad in terms of an overall strategic move, because what happened after the 95-96 Taiwan Strait crisis was that then President Bill Clinton provided China with reassurances, with the 3 notes, right? Which basically said that the United States would not support Taiwan independence. There was no 2 Chinas, no 1 China, 1 Taiwan, and the United States would not support Taiwan's membership in international organizations requiring statehood. So if you look at that part of history and you look at what's happening in Ukraine, one potential lesson learned China could have is, okay, maybe we're not ready to invade, maybe the costs are quite high, maybe we need a couple of years to digest all the potential lessons learned, that so the PLA could improve our military capabilities if we do want to take a really big operation later on. But in the meantime, let's use force to make it clear, demonstrate to the Americans and their allies and partners that that China is set and resolved to unify with Taiwan. Because as in the case of Russia, just talking about that, the Russians were not able to convince NATO, were not able to convince Ukraine through their words, so they had to use force to demonstrate that. So let me also, in addition to this, touch on a couple of other things that Admiral McDivitt mentioned. So Admiral McDivitt mentioned in terms of preparation for one thing that I am very worried about is that as China moves forward and thinks about Taiwan, it could be increasing this frequency and scale of large-scale exercise exactly to mask its intentions, because it sees the from Russia's, in some ways, failure of Russia to do so, to embrace element of surprise, which has been relatively foundational to how China thinks about use force. That if it wants to embrace that, it might, maybe a military exercise would be able to do so. Other PLA lessons learned include, for example, importance of logistics and equipment, which I think we've touched on a bit. And of course, the fact that China also needs to ensure that it has its own stockpile and it's able to maintain its supply chains. In terms of wartime operations, I'm sure Joel will talk about this, but information dominance is absolutely critical. One of the other potential lessons learned PLA might be taking away is that if it needs to move on Taiwan, it might need to engage in a much faster operation of decapitation strike. They don't want Taiwan to have a Lewinsky moment or maybe a President Tsai moment, right? They want to be able to take out the leadership such that the morale of the Taiwan army would be, or army people would be able to collapse very quickly. We briefly talked about nuclear signaling, and I want to maybe unpack it just slightly more. I absolutely agree with what Admiral McDivitt mentioned, but I do think from the Chinese perspective, they're not certain that the United States would be deterred from conventional intervention in a Taiwan conflict if it signals nuclear weapon, because they do recognize that the U.S. Relationship with Taiwan has been quite different from Ukraine. They recognize, given all the statements from this administration, prime administration, that we are, despite our strategic ambiguity in our policy, we're quite committed to Taiwan. My personal belief is if China invaded Taiwan tomorrow, I do believe the United States would send much more than providing intelligence. I believe we would actually send conventional forces, but that's, again, my own personal opinion. But I do agree with you, Taiwan shouldn't be thinking on that, right? It should be able to plan for their worst case scenario that we would. Right. And then the final last thing I would just mention is as we try to digest potential Chinese lessons learned or how it might change its operations or adapt its operations against Taiwan, I think it's also important to think about what I call the second order effects. A lot of what I've been talking about is what China could directly take away from what it sees as Ukrainian successes or failures or Russian successes or failures. But China is also very good historically at learning at what is the United States learning? What is Taiwan learning? What is Japan learning? And one thing that I worry about is as we talk about stockpiling, right? For example, if one of the recommendations is for Taiwan to stockpile not only within Taiwan, but also in US military bases near Taiwan, so we can easily overcome the difficulties of resupplying Taiwan. Well, a second order effect is that those US bases, whether those are in Japan or elsewhere, will be incredibly vulnerable to a first strike from China, a preemptive strike from China in a large-scale Chinese attack on Taiwan, because China will want to take those out. So just a word of caution, as we're thinking through these issues, think not only of what China is learning now, but if we were to take particular actions, what would be the Chinese reaction? And we might find ourselves in a situation where some of the measures that we're taking to support Taiwan could be perceived from the Chinese side as they will need to escalate a lot more in order to achieve their own objectives. So I'll wrap it up here. Thank you.
All right, yeah. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to go now to Joe McReynolds, who's going to talk us through some of the lessons for cyber and information. Joe, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sean. I've actually just received a grant in my China Fellow at Jamestown role from the Smith Richardson Foundation to spend 6 months starting in July studying what China is learning from the Ukraine war. So if I could time travel and find out what the conclusions of that project would be very helpful for this, but I will offer some notional thoughts, and I've sort of grouped this into 3 prior assumptions that China has about information warfare and especially cyber warfare. 3 assumptions that, as best we can tell so far, it's very early stage, that the Ukraine conflict may cause them to rethink, and 3 assumptions that it may cause them to confirm. And context here is that the general assessment of information operations in the Ukraine war is that it's been kind of underwhelming, that overall sort of pictures people had in their mind prior to this conflict of, in modern or future warfare, winning without firing a shot through the power of information. At the end of the day, it's men and bullets and munitions and certainly C4ISR, very important, but that Russia's vaunted cyber and information warfare capabilities that were said to be number 2 in the world are so far really underperforming what people fear. And so that, of course, leaks into Chinese views of the conflict. But just to start off with, I think the most foundational thing they may be rethinking is that the cyber domain, or the network domain, as they say in the PLA, that the idea that the cyber domain is offense dominant. For a while, you had this debate within the PLA between cyber realists and cyber institutionalists, where realists were very focused on building up offensive and defensive cyber power. Institutionalists more focused on norms and institutions that govern the global information space, for example, control of backbone servers and things like that. But neither of them really, none of these groups, which often kind of overlap with each other, but neither of them were really taking seriously that idea that the domain might be defense dominant at its core. Everyone's presuming offense dominance. People talked a lot about the idea that you don't want to be constructing a cyber Maginot Line create all these defenses that are then overtaken by new technological or tactical doctrinal developments, and you're just sitting there twiddling thumbs. But there's actually a sort of a defense that's not about strictly what percentage of cyber attacks do we fend off, and it's more defense through resilience and defense in depth. And that's something that when you look at, for example, the mention in the keynote about Starlink, the idea is standing up ad hoc networks or using existing networks in unconventional ways. The Taiwan's PTT network jumps out at me as an example of a very unusual national level network that most people outside of Taiwan don't know about, but that could play an important information role in a conflict as it's outside of the standard internet. All of these things suggest potentially a defense dominant domain, and that would mean one of the most foundational consensuses in PLA writings about cyber and information warfare having to be just wiped out and starting over from scratch almost. Now to something that I think is being confirmed, but with a bit of an asterisk, the importance of allies and partners in the information domain of conflict. Especially a lot of media reporting about, and just to be clear, I have no specialized knowledge in this. It's all just unclassified media reporting. But the U.S. role in Ukraine's successful targeting of Russian generals. The vast majority of Russian generals killed in action in this conflict so far have been killed with some assistance from America's provided intelligence. Now, China has long held that allies and partners are really the linchpin of successful defeat of the conflict. In their scenario, it's not about having formal alliances that China differs from that, but about putting sufficient daylight between the U.S. and its allies and partners in order to promote neutrality. And so the way in which the U.S. really deftly rallied European countries on things such as financial sanctions and other measures in this conflict, I think is definitely significantly worrisome for China. Though the asterisk is that one major component of our support for Ukraine has been that key segments of the U.S. public are particularly supportive of support for an ally in Europe. The idea that or a partner in Europe. The idea that war shouldn't be coming to our doorstep. That you hear about, they have blonde hair and blue eyes. They look like us. And for those of us who don't have blonde hair and blue eyes, sort of like who you mean when you say us. But this is a thing that impacts poll numbers. Numbers in poll numbers for U.S. support for Ukraine have actually started to soften recently. They're still overall decent, but the question of how the U.S. public would respond to a conflict where we might be doing more than providing material support, and where the people doing the fighting are not blonde-haired and blue-eyed and are over in Asia, and what that means for America's politics are something that is difficult to discuss in the difficult legacy of racial politics in America. But the Chinese, of course, have no qualms about discussing use that division to their advantage in a Taiwan conflict. So you could imagine a whole PSYOPs campaign, an influence campaign focused on, Asia is so far away. Should the U.S. really be poking its nose into other parts of the world that aren't, the U.S. is an Atlantic, a European power. So that's something that I think folks in this room are pretty immune to, but the general public, which generally tends much more isolationist than the U.S. Foreign policy community, that may be a thing you're susceptible to. But that actually leads us to a major point of rethinking, which is their PSYOPs plan for the U.S. population in the event of a crisis or conflict. China has often looked to Russia as a model in that regard. For example, the global arm of CCTV, remaking CGTN, that was specifically done in the mold of Russia Today, consciously trying to take what they saw as Russia Today's successes, such as disinformation around the 2016 election, as a model for what China could do. Unfortunately, as they're now seeing, Russia Today and other arms of Russian mis and disinformation are not very effective when they're public enemy number one, and it's a full-on shooting invasion. So the limits of their global information plan, obviously, the extent to which Ukrainians have truly rallied to their own cause will also give them pause on the front of their plan for Taiwan-focused disinformation. And this is something also where you need to look at linguistics capabilities, because that's the logistics of information ops. That's, you say an army moves on its stomach. Well, propaganda, global propaganda moves on linguistics capabilities. And Russia has developed a much stronger English language information ops linguistics capability than China has. China, of course, excels at Chinese language, mis and disinformation aimed at Taiwan, but they are well behind Russia in their ability to target the U.S. Population or allied countries' populations, and even Russia's superior capabilities so far look largely inadequate. Now that leads us to something that I think is being confirmed, a few of those being confirmed, which is they've seen the U.S. as, I believe the phrase was the world's only cyber superpower, or in some cases they refer to this as a network hegemon. The idea that through a combination of technical capabilities, human capital, and institutional position, for example, our control over global backbone servers for the internet, that the U.S. stands in a class of its own in terms of overall comprehensive cyber power. That may not necessarily be true for more tailored or narrow military-focused operations, but China, not only China, but also the global InfoSec community has long seen the U.S. as number one, Russia as number two, number three. Almost nobody that's put China as number two, Russia as number three. And set aside for a second the idea that that's just a very arbitrary, unscientific concept, the idea you can rank comprehensive cyber power. To the extent that those are concepts that have currency in Chinese thinking, this is another issue where they're looking at the number two really falling down on the job and saying, if the number two doesn't hold a candle to the, really doesn't hold a candle to the number one and is underwhelming in a shooting war, and we're number three, what does that say about how we're going to do? And when you add to that their sense of precariousness with their own information environment, the widespread belief within the PLA that launching and losing a war for Taiwan wouldn't just be embarrassing, it might be a threat to regime stability, as it would undermine their domestic messaging about their mandate for control. That may give them real pause when it comes to pulling trigger on a conflict. Something that I think two two more things here, one confirm, one rethink. I think this confirms this conflict confirms China's view of network weapons, cyber weapons, as in a memorable phrase, they refer to them as often single-use chopsticks. Like you break them apart and you're not putting them back together. The idea that, you know, once a 0-day or some other form of network access is used, that the adversary grows resilient not only to that particular 0-day, but also to categories of attacks. Stuxnet used a USB thumb drive as one of its main critical avenues of penetrating an air-gapped network. And the world's military powers are much more wise now to USB thumb drives being able to execute code in air-gapped systems. And so it's not just about the specific 0 days used in Stuxnet or the specific industrial control systems targeted there. That's about a broader categorical type of resiliency. And so one theory that you see a lot in writings about the Ukraine war is that Ukraine's experience of offensive cyber ops from Russia in various forms from 2014, especially onward, gave them nearly a decade, as on the disinformation front, to adapt and harden, and that is something to ideally be avoided in a Taiwan conflict. But the challenge with that brings us to our final rethink. There's a number of PLA analysts in this room may have heard of the concept of integrated network electronic warfare. There's an evolved concept I knew. There's an evolved concept that's less well known, IIFW, but also very influential, that came later, integrated information and firepower warfare. Ye Zheng, in his lectures on the science of information operations, really popularized that within the PLA. And the idea is preference for first strikes that coordinate information and kinetic operations to achieve a combined effect that's larger than the sum of its parts, and that is sort of is key to victory. That you're striking the forces and their C4SR at the same time. Now, we've always kind of looked at IIFW and said, okay, yes, a magical Christmas land where everything breaks your way, sure, but like in a Taiwan scenario, you launch your information operations to support your fleet coming across the Taiwan Strait, and the weather shifts in Taiwan Strait. It's no longer the right timing, say, for an invasion, or the effects you were hoping for in taking down information systems. You were hoping you'd take them down for a day. You took them down for an hour or 10 minutes or not at all. Or you took them down for a day, but there was resiliency that you weren't properly accounting for. Just so many things that can go wrong in trying to coordinate these very diverse forms of warfare. And Ukraine is now providing real examples of that, like Russian targeting of I think Viasat, however you pronounce it. It was successful to the extent that they took down those nodes, but at the same time they were back up and running very rapidly. There was no real degradation of Ukraine's capabilities in that regard over a longer stretch, and there was not the sufficient coordination with on the ground operations, and that's land operations. That's not even talking about the challenges of coordinating with naval and air operations. The timing didn't line up to produce a measurable positive impact for Russia's ground operations. So coordination is hard, battlefield damage assessment is hard. All of this is very difficult. And again, going back to China's fears that underperforming here isn't just, egg on their face and then return to something resembling the status quo. It's potentially, the end of the regime. That kind of uncertainty in a functioning Chinese military academic system may lead to rethinks. But that's, I think, one of the bigger overarching issues here, which is a lot of times, at least in the writings that we get, even the PLA internal distribution only writings that we sometimes get through fun or spooky memes, you see certain kinds of criticism allowed. Well, we're making progress, but we have so much farther to go, and this could be improved. But you don't see them saying, wow, our whole operational concept is a cluster from top to bottom. We need a total rethink. Our senior leadership is invested in an idea that's just never going to happen. You don't see those kind of pieces for the most part. You can sometimes, of course, pick them up in track dialogues and in conversations and things like that. So that's, I think, going to be a big challenge as we try and understand what China isn't rethinking in light of Ukraine, is the fact that we're trying to sort of read between the lines of a system where officers are writing a lot, they're publishing a lot, they're clearly thinking a lot, but are they able to write freely and openly when it touches on red lines of operational concepts and strategic concepts from top level leadership? And with that, I will turn it over to Russell.
All right, thanks, Joe, for bringing things full circle. And we know with China and Taiwan, everything comes back to politics. So Russell's going to talk us through some of the political and diplomatic lessons for Taiwan from Ukraine. Russell, over to you.
All right. Well, thanks, Glenn, Willem, John, for organizing today's panel discussion and inviting me to participate with such a distinguished group of co-panelists. It always feels like a homecoming when I'm here at the Jamestown event, where I first cut my teeth as a junior analyst 15 years ago. So feels like another era, but glad to be able to reconnect and continue to contribute to the good work that Jamestown does. So I've been assigned to talk about the diplomatic and economic dimensions or lessons of the Ukraine conflict for Taiwan. And so let me be succinct as much as possible. I'm cognizant of the time that remains right now. Let me be the first on the lessons on the diplomatic front. I think the international diplomatic response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been impressive. The rallying of the international community to express their moral support as well as outrage against Russia's naked aggression acts in a way as a pressure on Moscow not to escalate its military operations for tactical military objectives, imposes a psychological effect on the Russian population. It also provides support to the morale of the Ukrainian resistance. I think these are all general elements that applies to what lessons Taiwan can learn from the Ukrainian conflict for Taiwan. Now, what are the specific lessons for Taiwan, though? My first observation about this matter concerns how Beijing has gone at length to distinguish the case of Ukraine from Taiwan. While there are indeed notable differences, Beijing's legal argument about the difference between Taiwan and Ukraine rests on the issue of sovereignty. Beijing's logic is that because the majority of nations maintain diplomatic relations with the PRC, they would not or should not be justified to respond similarly to a conflict over Taiwan because it would violate its sovereignty. Yet, this categorical assertion of sovereignty deliberately misinterprets an essential nuance in how many countries approach the issue of Taiwan's legal status. So, according to data from 2017 on the diplomatic relations of the PRC, granted, the number has changed somewhat in the intervening years due to a loss of some diplomatic partners of the Republic of China, but the features remain essentially the same here. Beijing maintains diplomatic relations with 173 nations and all but 36 signed communiques with Beijing. But among those 137 countries with communication with China, there are 3 distinct categories in how those countries treated the issue of sovereignty, PRC sovereignty claims over Taiwan. So 52 states recognize PRC sovereignty over Taiwan. Some of those countries include Portugal, South Africa, as well as Israel. 29 states use a vague language to express their attitudes towards PRC sovereignty over Taiwan. This includes the United States, Japan, Canada, for example. And then 56 states does not mention the issue at all with regards to PRC sovereignty over Taiwan. And those include Germany, Ireland, Mexico. Therefore, there are a total of 121 states, this is 2017 numbers, are either vague or do not address the issue of PRC sovereignty over Taiwan. So a follow-on question that one may be asking, and this leads into my second observation, is does Taiwan's lack of UN membership create a legal obstacle or moral prohibition for the international community to respond in the event of China's invasion of Taiwan? I think the answer is no. The perception that it could stem from, could inhibit the international response comes from actually PRC's deliberate distortion of UN Resolution 2758 that narrowly disposed of the question of which entity holds the seat of China in the United Nations, and which has been misused deliberately by the PRC as a sort of a form of UN-wide one China principle, which is not. While UN membership would certainly help Taiwan in its quest for international legitimacy, it would neither effectively bar nor be the decisive factor in ensuring Taiwan's security. As an institution, arguably the UN has been proven to be quite ineffective for responding to the Ukraine conflict, and it will have little role in a military conflict like in Ukraine over Taiwan. Ultimately, it will depend on the decision of individual governments and their people to decide whether and how to respond to a conflict over Taiwan. Those decisions are going to be governed by national self-interest, and I would also add concerns about what a post-invasion region and also world will look like. Countries are not going to respond because they feel obligated to do so, because the UN Charter necessitates them to respond. But to be sure, the absence of diplomatic relations will complicate Taiwan's ability to generate the type of official support and hinder some forms of cooperation in the absence of a military conflict that will galvanize the type of the change that will be necessary. And more troubling is that this situation will likely exist in this gray zone until a conflict arises. Beijing, however, should be well aware that at the outset of military conflict, the hostility, the situation could very well change very fast. Some of my previous analysts have alluded to. First and foremost, with almost a guarantee, a declaration of deterrent effects by Taiwan. For Washington's part, is this sovereignty question a bar to a military response? I think the President of the United States has made that clear, and that the answer is a no. The most recent statement made by President Biden on the subject of U.S. commitment to Taiwan's defense was made while on his trip to Asia, and notably in Japan. During his stop in Tokyo, a reporter asked him, and I quote, "You didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?" Without hesitation, the president responded, "Yes." The reporter followed up, "You are?" The president nodded his head. "That's the commitment we made." And he added, President added, "We agree with the one China policy. We signed on to it, and all the intended agreements made from there. But the idea that it, meaning Taiwan, can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate. It will dislocate the entire region, and it will be another action similar to what happened in Ukraine. So it's a burden that's even stronger." End quote. This is, of course, as Senator Cotton alluded to in his opening remarks, not the first time that President Biden has made such statement and has expressed his views on U.S. commitments to Taiwan's defense. On one occasion, he likened it to U.S. commitment to NATO, and on another occasion, he vowed to protect Taiwan. To be clear, the United States does not have a mutual defense treaty with Taiwan since 1979. But provisions within the Taiwan Relations Act, especially sections 2B, 4 through 6, can be read to indicate a broad commitment to Taiwan's defense. My third and final observation regarding the diplomatic front, which is really more of a question, is whether the lack of a more widely held disposition on Taiwan's legal status lead to a more or less effective defense of Taiwan. I think that is a critical question that I think needs to be considered deliberately and carefully in the months and years ahead as the threats facing Taiwan becomes more acute. I would note here in this context that in March of this year, against the backdrop of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo stated that the United States should reestablish diplomatic relations with Taipei. The statement, which was delivered at the Heritage Foundation, bears repeating here. It became very clear to me that one of the central features of making sure that Taiwan has the capacity to defend itself is the world recognizing what we all know to be true. There's a simple truth. It is not part of China. That if it became part of China, this wouldn't be reunification. This would be an aggressive action that destroyed the sovereignty of an independent country. But for an awfully long time, the West has moved away from this, under coercive threats from the Chinese Communist Party. And no leaders in the West have been prepared to say the simple fact, which is that this is an independent sovereign nation, and we ought to help it protect its own sovereignty. I think it is time that the United States do so, end quote. So while the Ukraine conflict has certainly created a rallying effect behind Taiwan, especially in Japan, Australia, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Slovakia, even South Korea for that matter, but do these countries, even the United States included, have the legal and political means to effectively do so under current diplomatic constraints? Again, I'll leave this third observation as more of a question than an answer. To move on to the economic front quickly, just as important, if not more, are the lessons to be learned from the economic front of the Ukraine conflict. My first observation is that there is an urgent need to develop a set of tools based on a coordinated and even preemptive geoeconomic strategy for enhancing integrated deterrence against China's military aggression. China has been leveraging its economic strength with great capacity and capabilities to advance its comprehensive national power to further its geopolitical objectives. The free world has not developed a competitive counter strategy to counteract this type of influence. It is utilizing trade policy, investment policy, economic and financial means, financial monetary policies, energy strategy, cyber tech, all of these means that it has effectively utilized under a very coordinated industrial policy. I think it is clear that Beijing is concerned by the use of economic measures in the case of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I do think it's instructive that the CCP has been convening econ and financial experts to address the very types of sanctions that the West has been imposing on on Russia. In the case that it was imposed upon the PRC in the event of an invasion of Taiwan. I think this is an indication that the General Secretary is very concerned about how these economic measures would impact this regime. I think while it would be far costlier to impose wide-ranging sanctions on the PRC than Russia, I would argue that effective sanctions, which are carefully calibrated, credibly signaled, and executed, could be a more powerful asset to deter in the case of China than Russia. Clearly, it had failed in the case of Moscow. And this is the reason because the CCP is arguably more vulnerable to the political effects of economic sanctions. For one, China also has a wealthier population to lose. And the CCP arguably has a much lower threshold for political instability than Russia. Obviously, this is, we don't have the time to go at length in terms of how what I think about that. My second observation is that Taiwan needs to accelerate the diversification of economic and trade investments to alternative markets. Taiwan exports to the PRC, including Hong Kong. Its exports reached a record high in 2021 and accounted for 42.3% of Taiwan's total exports in 2021. It is in this context why I think a U.S.-Taiwan bilateral trade agreement, a free trade agreement, is critically important at a strategic level to provide an outlet for Taiwanese investments in capital. A recent Heritage Foundation study also found that an FTA between the United States and Taiwan would have positive economic effects for both countries. A Total trade would increase by 6.2 billion annually for the United States and 3.8 billion annually for Taiwan. Our third and final observation on this matter is that we should be under no illusions that economic measures alone would be sufficient to deter China. Military denial would be absolutely vital, but I do think the economic sanctions component should be a necessary component and could potentially tilt the balance towards deterring Beijing, which should be the ultimate goal. So finally, I will just close in stating that there is obviously a spectrum of potential conflict scenario over Taiwan, from limited military operations to full-scale invasion. I think the most recent invasion of Ukraine, of course, should not be seen in isolation. As Bonnie referenced also the annexation of Crimea in 2014 should be another example in which we need to study and carefully in terms of what types of operations China could be engaged in. It is therefore critical that allies and partners are engaging in high-level security consultations with Taipei to figure out a way to respond to the spectrum of conflicts that can arise and coordinate roles and missions. There.
Thanks so much, Russell. I know we're almost at time, but I'd like to give a little extra time, possible, to allow for some audience Q&A. We have such a stellar audience here with us today. So if you could just raise your hand and introduce yourself and pose your question and potentially even say who you might be asking. See, Professor Waldron.
Forgive me for not standing up, but I have a very bad back problem. I'd like to make 2 points. First, I think, and I would commend Russell in particular for bringing this out, although all of it spoke. The sooner or later, we are going to have to do what Mike Pompeo said. There is a saying in Chinese to point at a deer and call it a horse. And you hear this all the time. And there is no reason that we should deny diplomatic recognition to Taiwan, and there's every reason that we should. Remember that Britain, until 1971, maintained a consulate in Taiwan. In those days, of course, it was expected that Taiwan was soon going to liquidate itself, but that has not occurred. And the price that Britain paid for that was that instead of having an embassy in Peking, they had a legation. It seems to me that given the basic lack of utility of the US Embassy in Beijing, that it would be a very good trade. And I would believe that it is essential, if we're going to get this Taiwan issue settled down, that some form of diplomatic relations, official relations, be established at a level at which security treaty can be signed. I think that this is very, very important. And of course, our China policy, so-called, has been based on the idea, Mr. Kissinger's idea, which was that the shock of US derecognition, which of course he never did. That was Brzezinski and the other, they rushed into this. I think the reason that Ike never did it was that he could never figure out what was going to happen to Taiwan. Ike wanted to always have not just the beginning of the story, but the end. But we have to do this, and once that's done, a lot of pieces will fall into place. The second point I'd like to make is that has to do with nuclear capacity. I ask myself these days, because remember that the denuclearization and non-proliferation are very basic to the whole American approach to foreign policy. And I think this is quite wrong. I think that if a country has nuclear weapons, the only way you deter them is with other nuclear weapons. There's no conventional deterrence in nuclear weapons. And I ask you, if we look at today's world, let us suppose that Sweden were nuclear power, which she's very close to being. Let us suppose that Germany were nuclear power. Let us suppose that Japan were nuclear power. Let us suppose that South Korea were nuclear power. And let us suppose that Taiwan were nuclear power. Taiwan, after all, has twice been at the threshold of creating nuclear weapons. And one of their smartest generals told me, 9 months at the maximum. The Japanese ambassador said to me, don't the Chinese understand that we could do it overnight? I don't think they do. Well, what I would say is that although our arms control community would be appalled by this situation, I think it actually would be a more stable situation. It is a tragic fact that we are in a nuclear world, but we have to face it. And that means that if, that guy has got a nuclear weapon, then our allies have to have it. And we have to stop acting as if somehow the way this thing is going to start is that Taiwan provokes China somehow. This is a very false psychological equation. And the last thing I would say is that in Chinese, there is a saying that foreign relations is simply an extension of domestic politics. 外交是内政的延续. And we must understand that the reason that China is adopting the policy she is has nothing to do with a deep desire to get hold of Taiwan. As I put it to the dread Tiger Yang, I didn't quite say it this way, why do you bitch and moan about Taiwan all the time? You say nothing about Mongolia. And he was very angry, but he sent someone around to talk to him. The reason is that when Mao went to see Stalin, Mao said, well, we'd like to have Mongolia. And Stalin said, well, young Mao, in fact, we Russians are going to have it. And even though Mongolia has been run by China much, much longer than Taiwan ever has been, you don't hear irredentism about Mongolia. Some Chinese will kind of grumble about it, but it's all focused on Taiwan. Why is it? Because the status of Taiwan is not nailed down. And I think that the number one priority, someone's got to grasp the nettle, and we've got to establish some kind of official diplomatic relationship with them. Ideally, we should do this in conjunction with Japan. I suppose the last thing I should say is there are two countries that I don't hear named in this discussion. Number one is Japan. I believe that the Chinese are more scared of Japan than they are of the United States, because they've had experience with the Japanese. And if Mr. Kishida says, you're not gonna get into a fight about Taiwan without taking us on. If you look at the map, you can't get to Taiwan without violating Japanese territory. And the other is India. And India is way over on the other side of China. Now, there was a time when India was sort of the gang that can't shoot straight. But I was there on the day they tested their H-bomb. And the late defense minister said, this is aimed at China. So we have to look at it in a multilateral. This is really a comment, it's not a question. So thank you very much.
Well, let's kind of two parts there. The first is, if we were to do as Arthur suggests, right, and extend diplomatic recognition to Taiwan, what impact would that have? Because we have heard from people that this would potentially precipitate a conflict, right? But Arthur is saying would actually do the opposite, right? And the second question is, I think Arthur is somewhat maybe channeling Kenneth Waltz here a little bit. Sorry, would proliferation in Asia increase the security of the U.S. allies? So I know there's a lot to chew on there. Arthur doesn't give easy questions. Does anyone want to take this? Start, Joe.
I'll just say, he may very well be right that if we had established official diplomatic relations with Taiwan, that China would just simply swallow hard and tough it out and have to live with it. Now, the other side of the coin is it may start a war. So if you're in the White House, how risk tolerant are you? Are you willing to roll the dice? And what would we heard already from Joe, what would public opinion in the United States say about essentially the United States provoking a war with China? So I think politically it's a non-starter.
I would just add on the allies and partners front that if we believe that a conflict over Taiwan, that the U.S. being able to hang close with its allies and partners is key to prevailing in that sort of conflict, kicking off the conflict by pissing off all of our allies and partners with a unilateral move that suddenly creates a global geopolitical crisis might not be the best way to have them, willing to, commit blood and treasure to our side. And that's something I think the question would be is, do you think we could do this not as a unilateral move, but as a multilateral move? And my sense from at least the contacts I have in U.S. ally and partner countries is that there would likely not be a lot of appetite for that outside of the United States foreign policy community. Not in the current governing coalitions of major ally and partner countries. I have a hard time imagining, say, Germany or Australia, for that matter, under Albany's signing on to that. Maybe one day, and I would definitely rethink it if it was something we could do as a true multilateral move, not like Iraq War style multilateralism where Micronesia's on our side, or whatever, but where these days we don't even have Micronesia on our side. So backwards movement on that front. But if we really got a bunch of key players all aligned, then yes, I could definitely rethink how that would play out.
I would say, I tried to make clear.
The false assumptions that govern the Nixon-Kissinger diplomacy. We finally say goodbye to them. And I should mention the one China policy. This is not to be found any of the canonical documents. Where it came from, nobody knows. I think it came during the Clinton administration. I think it came in a letter from Winston Lord, which I have seen. And when I mentioned it to an NSC member, he was shocked and said, we never gave that away. And we're now so ill-informed about our own policy history that we have, I think, the ambassador saying that our whole policy rests on election policy. So we're not very.
All right, I think we're going to wrap up now. Thanks for a great panel discussion. Tremendous amount to think about. Oh, all right. You know what? Actually, we're going to give President's prerogative here. Mr. Glenn Howard.
Hey, thank you, everyone. Admiral McDowell, I wanted to ask you a question, and then I'm going to ask also Russell a question. You brought up a very interesting analogy to the '73 war in the Middle East, which many people in this room probably don't remember, but the ammunition, the Army, how the U.S. had to airlift that. You hit on a really important point about how the Ukraine war has really exhausted our own ammunition and European NATO allies' ammunition. So you've obviously been thinking about this in the case of Taiwan. I wish we could just kind of talk about that a little bit more. And the analogy with Ukraine or the differences between Ukraine and Taiwan, could you just discuss you got 100 miles of water between the two. So obviously Russia is right next door to Ukraine. So there's some logistical issues involved. How much from a naval perspective, as you say, and us getting supplies to Taiwan and the fact that we're not giving them ASW capabilities, how does that kind of affect them? And this, what have you been thinking about all these ammunition shortages and just kind of in that general scenario? And Russell, armor, the Taiwanese armor, that's an interesting idea about their lack of armor and desire to have armor. Some people think they don't need to get tanks in the U.S. So I realize you're at night, you stay up reading about armor. more. So, but anyway, I wanted to ask that if you could just talk about it.
Well, Glenn, you've asked a question that would take a good long time to answer. But briefly, the issue of supplying Ukraine is obviously you have contiguous friendly states that you can use rails and truck to ship ammunition. It after all is a bulk quantity. You can airlift it. So the issue is China has the ability with Taiwan. The issue is China has the ability with their shore-based SAMs right along the coast of China to have SAM envelope that covers most of Taiwan. And besides that, they have their own, have a lot of fighter planes and what have you. So trying to fly in a hostile environment there, ammunition, what I would call with fat airplanes full of bullets, it's going to be difficult unless you can gain at least temporary air superiority over the island, so you can land some things. Otherwise, you're running the risk that all of those airplanes are going to be shot down. Similarly, ships carrying ammunition first of all, in Taiwan, you have to have a port to be able to actually unload this stuff. So you're talking about Kaohsiung and Keelung and a couple others. Where are they? They're all on the mainly on the West Coast. I don't know that there are any ports on the East Coast that you can get to, but still, those ships have to be able to sail through submarine-infested waters, face the problem of anti-ship ballistic missiles. Those can, ASBMs are not just good for hitting aircraft carriers, they're good for hitting just big ships. And so you have a real problem there. And so then you have to try to achieve some sort of sea control for a period of time so that you can run the ammunition in. So it would be a combat problem. Russia has not chosen to try to interdict trains and trucks and what have you bringing ammo into Ukraine. They could, but in the process, they could widen the war by directly involving NATO. That situation does not obtain in East Asia. And I don't know that we're exhausting our stocks of weapons. We certainly are running them down. The problem, the immediate problem for Europe is Ukrainian artillery is Russian made, is Russian artillery. And the former Soviet bloc states in Eastern Europe have given most of that back to Ukraine so they can shoot it. It's mostly gone. Now Ukraine is going to depend upon US artillery and US ammunition. They're still getting it. And NATO is essentially based upon US standards or NATO standards. That's a very encapsulated response to some of the stuff.
Well, after David's very detailed response, I'm going to give you a very broad and general response to your question about armors, since I do not spend all my days reading up about armors. But I would say I would answer your question in the context of that in the absence of defense treaty between the United States and Taiwan, there needs to be a sufficient level of clarity that would enable the two sides to really come to a clear division of labor in terms of missions and roles. And in the absence of that, Taiwan needs to prepare for a spectrum of phases of conflict in all phases of military operations. And as such, the disagreements with regards to whether or not tanks are necessary in the event of a Taiwan conflict, I think rests on that. Similarly, the issue with regards to ASW, the implications there is that the U.S. is saying we got it, right? That's the implication of saying, look, the U.S. is saying we got that. Let us take care of that, right? But I think so. I think to answer your question, that's really.
Taiwan has to swallow that. I believe the one. Really last question. Bonnie, you recently did a war game on Taiwan. Did you deal at all with the resupply issue in the game that you did for MSNBC and CNAS? And if so, can you tell us how that played out?
resupply issue, but I think it's a very, very critical one. And that's where I was talking about, as Taiwan thinks about its resupply issue, it's not only about stocks on the island, but much closer to the island. And because that could make it much more rapid. But a lot of the issues Admiral McDevitt already addressed in terms of how difficult it is.
All right, well, thank you for a very wide-ranging panel. I was kind of feeling a little bit very concerned after listening to Admiral McDevitt and Bonnie, and then after I listened to Joe and Russell, I felt a little bit heartened. So these things are kind of so multifaceted. So thank you so much. We're gonna have a lunch, and then we'll pick up, I think, probably closer to 12:30, looking at policy implications for the US. So thanks, everybody.
So thank you everyone for coming, persisting with the conference. We appreciate your participation today. I'm Glenn Howard. I'm president of the Jamestown Foundation. And I'm delighted to moderate this panel with some exceptional speakers. And we'll be continuing our assessment of the policy implications for the U.S. and allies of the war in Ukraine and how it's affected the situation there. And we have a lot of brain power here on this panel, senior policy experience of individuals, two of whom are Jamestown board members, I'm very proud to say, and we're just delighted that they're here today. Our first speaker will be retired General David Stilwell, came all the way from Hawaii to participate in this discussion today. He has had many senior level positions in the U.S. government and working in the Joint Chiefs of Staff and also working previously at the State Department, where he was a former Assistant Secretary for East Asia and Pacific Affairs. And then he will be followed by our next speaker, who will be Miles Yu. If you're not familiar with Miles, you haven't watched Ambassador Pompeo enough, or Secretary of State Pompeo enough. Miles has been a leading advisor at the State Department, where he worked under Pompeo, advised him on his Asia policy. He's a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. He is also taught a professor of East Asia and military naval history at the U.S. Naval Academy in Maryland. And so he worked there, as I mentioned, as a senior advisor to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. And so he's worked all over Asia in many different capacities. But most importantly, he has a doctorate from the University of California, Berkeley. So I don't know whether to congratulate him or feel sorry for you, Miles, for surviving Berkeley. But anyway, that's quite a lot. I'm also delighted to be able to have as our speaker Mike Vickers. Many of you are not familiar with Michael, but he served in many different Republican and Democratic administrations. He's an operational strategist for two great wars of our time, which is no kidding, the war in Afghanistan and the effort to drive out the Soviets. That's a very key part of his bio and what he did in accomplishing that. The other part was taking down Bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, and that is something certainly we need to look forward to in reading in his memoir that is coming out shortly. And so I'll let Mike mention the dates and names of his memoir when it's coming out. Now, we wanted to ask all these policy experts to describe their views and perceptions about ways of what the war in Ukraine means for deterrence and how we look at Taiwan. So I'm going to turn the floor over to General Stilwell, David, and let him he's been thinking about this a lot, and he's also, because he's an advocate of air power, I do want to hear what he has to say about the air power implications. So take it away, David.
I'll try to get this about 10 minutes done, and really want to hear your thoughts and questions. So I'm going to focus on what we can do with allies and partners, like-minded folks that we haven't been doing. All along, these conversations are basically confined into two areas. One, what the U.S. can do unilaterally. Two, military, things that blow up, like kinetics. And I want to expand it from not just U.S., but we have this wonderful gift, and we have this like-minded and universal sort of approach to relations and governance that the PRC frankly doesn't have. Their allies are North Korea and Pakistan. So how do we leverage that to our best use? And then the second part is take this out from American strength of simply the military, bombs and bullets, and go to, if you haven't seen this book, Political Warfare by Kerry Shannon, he talks about how PRC is trying to win without fighting by using its economic, information, political, et cetera, levers. But we have advantages here too that we have not been using to date. So again, that's the approach I'm going to try to take. I was in my boss's office back in the day, and he suggested we do this one thing approach to boosting Taiwan's position in the world and make sure the PRC understood our commitment. And when he suggested this particular thing, I said, well, boss, you know that means PRC has stated they're going to go to war if they do that. And if he had an ashtray on his desk, he would have thrown it at me. He goes, you're my China guy. You don't understand that we're already at war. They're fighting us with everything they have. They just haven't launched the boats and the missiles and all that stuff. And he's right. Look at what they're doing economically and information in Taiwan and the US and elsewhere. And so that is a pretty nice nice wake-up moment for me, and from that, I hope to share some thoughts on that. I went to Europe for the only time in my entire life in uniform in 2011, capstone. And I went to 6 countries, and every single one of them, we asked, my European friends asked, why aren't you spending your commitment of 2% to be a member of NATO? That's an entry fee, that's not a cap. And they're going, well, you know, it's hard. We've got social programs and all this stuff. And then the next line was always, but we're worried stiff about Moscow. And I go, well, and so we missed the opportunity to deter the Russian invasion of Ukraine because a lot of our NATO partners were not putting out a deterrent posture. I think that's also something we need to learn for how we're setting ourselves up for success in the region. I think we're in much better shape in the region, one, because we don't have that 2% line, but we also have countries like Japan and others who have really come on strong, and they understand this is as much in their interest as ours. So I'm going to talk about 3 things: traditional allies, 5 bilateral allies in the region, right? Japan, Korea, Australia, Philippines, Thailand, and then non-traditional, or not allies, but partners who do effectively alliance work, like Singapore, Vietnam, and even India in some cases. The third, I'm going to talk about non-standard partners, countries we don't think of as partners, but that we should, that have the ability to also advance our interests, which we consider universal in the region and the world. And I'll finish up with recommendations, because otherwise I'm just wasting your time. Traditional allies. I was just going to finish my presentation right here by saying Japan and dropping the mic and walking away. Who would have thought 5 years ago Japan would be where it is today? I'm going to take some credit of that because my solid hairline and my rugged good looks, but this has nothing to do with me. It started in 2010 with the advent of the DPJ, and then the Senkaku incident in September of 2010, where a small contest between a trawler and a Coast Guard ship turned into a major economic war while we banned rare earth minerals and all that stuff. That's what brought the LDP back. That's what brought Abe back. That's what really, we talk about the PRC being so strategic. What a gross error. You basically had Japan in your pocket, and they frittered it away. And as my boss would say, in a lot of cases, our best ally is a Chinese diplomat. I mean, this is a case where they had everything going away and they messed it up. So ROK, in this last joint statement with Korea, we actually said Taiwan straight, and they said that they have interest in Taiwan straight. That's a first. And then the Yoon government has also abandoned a lot of the unhelpful policies from Moon Jae-in, and why not? Look what they did with Lotte in China and the THAAD and Yodo. Announcement. North Korea, what China does to support North Korea that works against South Korean interests. So these are all things that we don't have to push real hard. These things are out there. We just need to keep them in mind as we work with our allies and partners. The one I like the most is the Philippines. Scarborough. Again, our performance hasn't been consistent, but we have encouraging the Philippines to take the PRC to the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea. And the subsequent award in 2016 was just slick. It was magnificent. The lawyers handled it well. You mentioned the Law of the Sea. It came to the right conclusion. And the one thing that was missing was a U.S. line of support. In 2016, the U.S. went silent on that. And so, I'm going to foot stomp this. In 2020, in July, the United States official policy changed to say that we do not recognize China's 9-line claims. We need to keep saying that. If we don't keep repeating that policy, that people forget about it. So that is official policy now. Chinese maritime claims are bumped, and we go with the traditional 2,000-mile EEZs, and the Philippines appreciates that. Australia, new government, yet to be seen where they're going to go, but the Scott Morrison government is fantastic. The Turnbull government's one that started that change with the silent invasion, and what John Garneau and others have done. Basically, to take what is going on in our country and show as a model what you should be looking for, what we should be looking for elsewhere. So, I do believe Australia will stay the course on that, and they will remain. You've got Darwin, Tyndall, all those activities. We have U.S. forces access and presence there. Those are fantastic. So, I'm going to terminate there. I'm not going to talk about Thailand. We'll figure out how to deal with that. But I will talk about one thing that the chairman that I work for, Martin Dempsey, talked about, is to date, the alliance relationships in Asia and elsewhere have been hub and spoke. The U.S. in the middle, and all of our allies and partners. Basically, we're insisting they look to us for the cues, and then we all march off together as bilateral. And what Japan has done and others in the region on a networked approach is absolutely fantastic. And then we've got the Quad, we've got AUKUS, we've got a number of other things that show you what that network alliance structure looks like. These are all to our advantage. We're maximizing the efficiency of these individual countries. We're leveraging their shared interest, and we're leveraging our shared mindset on how to get at this. So we need to make sure we stay on that. Number two, non-traditional, non-alliance partners, but partners nonetheless. Obviously, Singapore is one. I want the Straits of Malacca to become a one-way gate. American military ships cannot go westbound through the Straits. They can come eastbound all the day. I'm very proud of DoD in this last with Ukraine that we did not do what we always do, is raid PACOM and send all PACOM assets into the Arabian Gulf, the European Reassurance Initiative, and all those things. We stayed the course, and we let Europe deal with the European problem while we supported from something of a distance. That's got to continue. But Singapore is a major part of that, and their posture with our relationship militarily might as well be a security alliance. I hope I don't get them in trouble by saying that, but it is very productive and useful. We need to get our friends and allies to stop this. Don't make us choose language. There's a clear choice, and not choosing is hedging. That doesn't help. So I wish they would come off of that. And India is another area of great opportunity, but like we learned under the Ash Carter Defense Department, India will go into India's space. And then this takes us back to the networked approach of dealing with India. Sometimes the US, when we step into the room, we actually are our own worst enemy. We don't know when to stop talking, like me right now. And we need to listen more. That's the essence of diplomacy. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. We should go at it with that approach. And I think if we do that with India, especially with Chinese missteps on the shared border and other things, we have opportunity there that we can continue to use. Pompeo went to India in October 2020 during the pandemic, and a fantastic trip. And we did 2 Quad ministerials with India, while Pompeo did that set up the summit. So I think there's an opportunity there. And finally, Vietnam. This is one where you don't want to talk about it too much, but our interests and Vietnam's interests are 100% aligned. There's the unfortunate issue of the name Communist Party, and then that is a connection with Beijing, which isn't all bad. But look at 2,000 years of history with Vietnam, and then you look at what we bring, and there's no doubt. And frankly, that relationship has been nothing but productive. So go to number 3, non-traditional. We'll start off with Taiwan. The discussion this morning, Senator Cotton's words and all that stuff. Yes, we need to rethink how we talk about Taiwan and how we think about Taiwan. I compare it to, the PRC information operations, its influence operations are really good in many cases. They use this language. U.S. needs to be reasonable. You just need to meet us in the middle. Just meet us in the middle. I love that language because what it says is that the relationship has been tipped heavily in U.S. favor all along, and then we just need to get it back on an even footing, which denies the obvious. Their assumption is that the relationship is here. Frankly, the relationship is here, very much in favor of the PRC. We've been giving away Taiwan interests as trade space for the last 40 years, and we need to right that ship back to here. So instead, what China would have us do is give just a little bit more here, and everything will be okay. Well, after 40 years, we have to acknowledge that that's not the case, and we have lots of room to do things with Taiwan that we haven't done, things that we agreed to, and we are self-censored. Others, Central Asia. Nadej Roland wrote a fantastic piece on Central Asia, American interests, Japan interests, and Korean interests. Lots of infrastructure investment in Central Asia. And then you look at what the PRC has done with its One Belt and Road, driving right through the Russian sphere of influence. You think Russia's testy about Ukraine. Imagine how they feel about the PRC setting up shop in their other sphere of influence in Central Asia. And this is an area of opportunity that we should explore. Not just there either. I think Sri Lanka is going to open up here real quick. Post-Rajapaksa made the deal with the Hambantota port. Like Africa, I think the Sri Lankans are going to realize they made a bad deal. We can come in as a quiet partner and I think help them right that. 2 more on that. 17+1. This is a personal right. The 17+1 Eastern Europe. This is PRC making a deal with was Lithuania. They backed out. I asked my European friends, when are you going to pull out of this thing? Because they all say there's nothing to it. It's just a bumper sticker. And they say as soon as someone does, or Lithuania has done so. So all the rest of you, face the facts. take advantage of this opportunity and deny that. And then same thing with Africa. And that's happening. The Africans are rolling back. You've seen this thing with Malawi where the PRC are making fun of Africans. And that's just unthinkable. All right. So those are the three areas I just want to talk about. And so I'll wrap up by one, all that was to admire the problem and set up what I'm suggesting next. I thought General Cotton's comments this morning about Ulysses Grant to his generals is, again, don't tell me what they're going to do. Tell me what you're going to do. Here's what we should do. First off, reassess strategic ambiguity. This task was given to me when I was at state. And I like doing things in a hurry, but I did not want to do that one in a hurry. Because I think of Dean Acheson and where we drew that line. And where do you draw that line if we're going to talk about at least geopolitical strategic ambiguity? Jinmen? We're going to talk about Jinmen, Matsu, Honghus, Ravis. Where are we going to draw that line? Let's not rush into this. Let's think about what that's going to be. Second one. So the first one, reassess this concept. And again, but don't do it in a rush. Second one is coordinate our Taiwan policy with our allied partners. I would ask my Korean friends, Japanese friends, and others, what's your Taiwan policy? And they were surprised that anybody actually asked. They all have their own policies too. So when we coordinate this, when we start revamping this, let's do it in conjunction with. Let's hear what they're thinking. Again, we know where Japan's at. Look, when the Senkakus go, the Ryukyus are next. I had a poster I picked up during the anti-Japan protests in 2012 in Beijing, and it says, take back the Japanese islands and turn them into Japanese province, right? There are designs on the Ryukyus for sure, and there's people, nationalists, that think Japan belongs to China too. And then last one, reassure allies and partners through presence. This goes to that one-way gate in the Straits of Malacca. Stop solving all the world's problems with Indo-Pacific resources and make that a policy. That stuff becomes fixed. And let's build out where Indo-Pacific is that's a message of reassurance to Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and all the others that we really are here to stay. And with that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that excellent overview, David. A lot here to think about, and I will go back to asking a question about how ways we deter the deterrence lessons from Ukraine to Taiwan. Our next speaker is Miles. Miles.
Thank you, Glenn, and for inviting me, and very glad to be here to be able to share my thoughts with this August body of audience. This country went through 4 years of Russia, and we thought that we'd have a break. So in March of this year, Ambassador Pompeo and I landed in Taiwan, and this is about 10 days after the invasion of Ukraine. And again, it's Russia. Every day we're there is all about Ukraine and Russia. So Russia recognized everywhere. So it's pretty amazing. I'll tell you what, I'm going to basically share some thoughts, random thoughts rather, with you in 4 aspects. And first of all, the question is, why did Taiwan react so violently and so excitedly, that's the word, to Ukraine? Obviously, the question is, people draw the necessary connection between Ukraine and invaded by Russia and Taiwan invaded by mainland China. And then I'll tell you something else. Right after Taiwan, Pompeo and I went to Singapore. And anybody knows Singapore? Singapore is the master of working diplomatic capital, basically trying not to piss off any major player. So they always work very diplomatic mastery of that regard. But this time is different. Singapore reacted very, very clearly with no ambiguity whatsoever. It was the first Asian country to sanction Russia, and was very, very powerful. We asked them why, and they said it's very simple. Because 85% of Singaporeans were ethnic Chinese, and you draw the connection. So the first thing I would like to say is how fundamentally Russia's war in Ukraine have changed the gameplay, doctrinally and tactically. The reason is very simple. It's basically it's sort of the epic struggle between the new civilization state versus the Westphalian nation states. What Russia's justification for invading Ukraine is exactly the same justification China has been saying for years. That is, it's not sovereignty is interpreted not as defined by international law, by mutual agreement of border dispute settlement, rather by shared ethno-linguistic legacy. Wherever the people speaking Russian and a civilization state like Russia should have the right to overrule, to rule over them. And this is exactly why people in Singapore, why people in Taiwan, which is 95% ethnic Chinese, react so violently. So that's the reason why this Russian invasion of Ukraine is not an incidental matter. It's the triumph of a very pernicious philosophy of international diplomacy, that is civilization state. Now, you know, many of you in academia, you will know the phrase civilization state first was coined by scholars to describe China. The idea of Greater China, remember, 1990s, very popular. By extension, anybody who speaks Chinese should be under Chinese rule. Not only Taiwan, Singapore, but also China and San Francisco could be considered that. So this is a very dangerous and a pernicious theory that actually went on for years and years. And now we can see Russia put that into practice. This is why doctrinal connection between Russian invasion of Ukraine and China's invasion of Taiwan is right there. And that's very clear to a lot of people in Taiwan. So that's one aspect I want to talk about, share with you. Second aspect is the Ukraine war actually sort of changed a little bit of the whole idea of alliance. You know, people in Taiwan were shocked by the fact that there was a kind of a very sharp irony dichotomy. On the one hand, there was a tremendous moral support for Ukrainians. I mean, Taiwanese, they're so motivated to support one country. I mean, from the head of state all the way to the neighborhood committee, everybody is motivated to help Ukrainians. On the other hand, you know, from the very beginning of the conflict, major democracies declared no military involvement whatsoever in Ukraine. President Biden, the first thing he said that no U.S. military involvement in Ukraine whatsoever. NATO said the same thing. Now, this is a pretty big dichotomy, right? So what this means to Taiwan is this. That is, you know, you cannot really rely 100% on our help in time of national crisis. Now, that is a pretty big psychological realization. You know, everyone who's in Taiwan, you know that the Americans' military support is crucial. So I think deep inside the Taiwanese high command, there might be some kind of thinking that, you know what, not necessarily. We got to be really rely upon ourselves, like the Israelis. We welcome allied support, but first and foremost, our national defense must be based on our own ability to defend ourselves. I think that's a very big psychological change. Dialectically, I had to use this word because it's pretty like Marx-Leninist, but dialectically, it's also worked the same way. If you do not have a resolve for national self-defense, if you don't have the national mobilization to defend yourself like the Israelis, international alliance, no matter how strong that may be, will mean nothing. If Zelensky did not stand up as a beacon of hope and courage, Ukraine probably would be in another Afghanistan. So that's why it's very important. You have to base your national defense on yourself first and foremost. So that's, I think, is changing quite a bit, you know, doctrinal in the whole idea of alliance. On the other hand, this negative invasion of Ukraine also shocked a lot of people in Asia-Pacific as well. The reason why the war is so limited in Ukraine is because of the existence of NATO, right? Even though NATO didn't really sort of deter this, but the fact that, there's a Kaliningrad, there's also a lot of small countries who like this of Russia, royally, Poland, all the countries. And the reason why they're not being vetted is because of the collective defense arrangement. So that's why many countries in Asia Pacific have seen the merits, the virtue, if not absolute necessity, of collective multilateral defense system, and which does not exist in Asia Pacific. America's alliance system in Asia Pacific is predominantly, I would say exclusively, bilateral, not multilateral. We have a very good bilateral defense arrangement with Japan, with Korea, with the Philippines, but not amongst ourselves. So that's why many countries are now changing in a very big way. On one hand, NATO, in search of its own mission, has set up its rhetoric about peace and stability in Asia Pacific, which the Chinese government is really nervous about right now. On the other hand, countries like Australia and Japan in particular, we're really sort of moving very close to NATO. I mean, Prime Minister of Japan for the first time ever is now going to a NATO summit, which is a pretty amazing thing. Think about that, right? So I think in the foreseeable future, there will be some kind of a talking built upon this idea of NATO model to create some kind of multilateral defense arrangement. Quad, AUKUS, whatever you call it. But the best way is actually to expand NATO to Asia Pacific, if that's all possible, right? Because what we're seeing here is a formation of a massive Euro-Asian continental threat. Russia and China are getting closer together, not only rhetorically, politically, diplomatically, but also militarily. Remember, last day of President Biden's trip to Tokyo a few weeks ago was met with a send-off from a joint Russian-Chinese bomber patrol in the city of Japan. That's common threat. If there's a common threat faced by not only European countries, but also Asian countries, there should be a common response. And that is the argument, in my view, for the formation, at least the discussion of a North Atlantic Indo-Pacific Treaty Organization, NATO. So that's the a scenario, hopefully, since will move in so that's lines. Another thing that I think Taiwan in particular should really learn from the Ukrainian is the lesson that never should trust any kind of agreement with China. Ukraine and China are very close for 20-some years. Chinese military modernization in the last 2.5 decades would not have been possible without Ukraine's massive infusion of Russian design next generation weapons, from aircraft carrier to heavy bomber engines to air cushion landing crafts to missile technology, and it's all from Ukraine at a fraction of the price the Russians would charge. So we have over 2,000 Ukrainian Russian trained weapon experts right now in China. We're talking about like the last 20 years, and it's always there. And so, because many in the Ukrainian elites have this illusion that somehow there's a third way. We don't want to go to Brussels, over to Brussels. We don't want to go to Moscow. We can go to Beijing. So that's why there have been so many, several very big treaties, strategic partnership treaties signed in Kiev and Beijing. The most significant of which was signed in December 2013, when Viktor Yanukovych, then president of Ukraine, went to Beijing, signed a nuclear pledge agreement with China, through which China pledged to provide nuclear umbrella to Ukraine in case Ukraine is under attack by a third country nuclear. And that's Russia, right? So this is pretty amazing. I mean, but the moment that Russia basically invaded Ukraine in 2014, and now China basically abandoned Ukraine, there's no friendship whatsoever. So Russia again. So I will just in one final thought, that is the war in Ukraine practically is also very important. You got to find this critical mass weapon. Javelin is true, is important, and Taiwan buy a lot of money, a lot of weapons from US, but you have to find the one that really find the difference. The most significant, the largest amphibious battle the PLA ever launched, and also a big failure was in October 1914 against Taiwan in the beach of Lincoln, right? Battle Timor, and China failed because of one killer weapon by the KMT defenders. That is the 25 very old-fashioned American World War II vintage Stuart tanks. That's what destroyed the landing craft of PLA. So
That was what year?
that was 1949.
Thank you very much. That is an excellent, I'm going to come back to some questions you hit upon. And Michael, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Glenn. Well, the Russia-Ukraine war is very different in many ways from a potential China-Taiwan conflict. There's also lots of lessons that can be learned. Glenn asked me to talk about some of those the lessons for U.S. military and intelligence policy and strategy. So I'm going to do that, ranging from deterrence, intelligence assessment, and then strategy, operations, and tactics. So before I do that, let me start with the causes of the war, and Miles hit on this, so I'll go through it quickly. Russia-Ukraine war was not the inevitable result of NATO expansion. If anything, it's a result of too little NATO expansion. It's not because Ukraine posed an unacceptable threat to Russia's security. The only threat it posed was really its growing Western orientation, and then the democratic, successful Ukraine, Western oriented Ukraine would set a real bad example for Russia that the Russian people might focus on implications for Putin's authoritarian regime. And of course, it's not because Ukraine is ruled by Nazis or is engaged in genocide against its Russian-speaking population. The primary cause of the war is that Putin doesn't believe, as Miles said, that Ukraine should exist as an independent state and should be reincorporated into Russia. And this ought to sound really familiar to Taiwanese. This world would not be unfamiliar to the great Athenian states and Thucydides. You recall in the history of the Peloponnesian War, he has this Melian dialogue where the island of Milos wants to switch sides during the war from Athens to Sparta. The Athenians tell them you can't do that, and they crush the resistance. And the line that Thucydides says about this is the strong do what they will and the weak suffer what they must. So let me now turn to deterrence. Our new national defense strategy, which builds on the one from 2018, has as its central pillar integrated deterrence. Well, it goes without saying that Miles said that deterrence failed, integrated or otherwise, in Russia. Several reasons for this, I'll offer 6 or 7. The first is that Putin was on a roll. He hadn't been deterred throughout his 20-some-year rule in various ways, beginning with the Second Chechnya War, but then limited invasion of Georgia in 2008, invasion of Ukraine, both overtly and covertly in 2014, intervention in Syria in 2015, intervention in U.S. Presidential elections in 2016. His belief was that the U.S. and West were weak. The Afghanistan debacle reinforced that for him, and that he had the West by the short hairs in terms of independence. Xi's belief is very similar that the West is weak and defiant. Miles also talked about, and I think General Stilwell did as well, and Senator Cotton this morning about President Biden's statements that the U.S. wouldn't intervene in the event of a Russian invasion. This is like Natchez and Korea in 1950 declaring that Korea was outside our defense perimeter. And of course, as Senator Cotton mentioned this morning, there were no countervailing U.S. force moves to counter the Russian buildings. The threat of sanctions did deter Russia. You could argue we did military assistance to Ukraine in the last 8 years, but not enough to build up their defenses before the war in the way we've done since the war began. And has been noted, Ukraine lacked any real boundaries. Key lesson is that deterrence must be backed by the credible threat of force. At least has to be in doubt. The second lesson is that more important for China, Taiwan, is that the fate of deterrence will depend on how the Russia-Ukraine war turns out. If Russia prevails, deterrence will be substantially weakened. If Ukraine wins and Russia is substantially weakened, deterrence will be strengthened. So let me now turn to some intelligence lessons. According to press reporting, U.S. intelligence did very well regarding Putin's intentions to invade Ukraine and topple the Zelensky government. It also did very well in uncovering several Russian false flag plots that were intended to provide justification for it. Where the U.S. intelligence community did not do as well, however, was in assessing Russian and Ukrainian capabilities, expecting a rapid Russian conquest. The only saving grace for the United States is Russian intelligence performed far worse. So what do you take from this? I mean, usually it's harder to discern intentions and capabilities. There's lots of ways to determine capabilities. So how do we get it wrong? Well, one lesson is that militaries are more than hardware and doctrine. You know, the Russians love to say, yeah, it works in practice. It doesn't work in theory, you know, and they're very good at military thought. They're not quite so good at operations, and despite a decade of modernization, they seem to have gotten worse. The second key lesson that has been touched on already is that national will to fight is really a critical variable in how a conflict evolves. Third is the importance of open source intelligence. You know, every Ukrainian in this conflict is a censor of one kind or another, and that volume of intelligence, particularly in the early stages, has played a critical role in shaping global perceptions of the conflict. You know, it's informed U.S. and allied policy, but we have lots of other means of doing that. It really informs a lot of the world, what you see on a daily basis. But leveraging open source intelligence is not enough. Stealing an adversary's secrets through a variety of means is still essential. It's essential in Russia-Ukraine. It will be essential in China-Taiwan. Now, I would add that, you know, China may make similar errors in intelligence judgments in the way Russia did in expecting a rapid and easy conquest of Taiwan. You know, it's military, after all, hasn't fought a war since 1979, and it didn't do all that well then. And how the PLA would perform and how much Taiwanese resistance China can expect ought to be weighing heavily on Xi Jinping. So let me now turn to strategy, operations, and tactics. So the most important strategy lesson of the Russia-Ukraine war is about escalation and the imperative not to see escalation dominance to your adversary. What is escalation? You know, it's a ladder of capabilities going from in a conventional war, potentially widening of the conflict, or as it's called horizontal escalation, and then to strategic attack means now including cyber, but principally nuclear weapons. We've had to deal with the escalation risks through the Cold War, but seem to have forgotten a lot of these important lessons, including that you can't see escalation dominance to your adversary. It's unnecessarily constrained the U.S. Western response in terms of weapons we provided, and you know, I reluctantly would say that we've been engaged more in self-deterrence than we have in actual deterrence. Now, this lesson, I would add, applies not just to a potential China-Taiwan conflict or any conflict with a nuclear power, North Korea, potentially Iran someday, but also a Russian attack on NATO. Russia's core element of Russian strategy is escalate to de-escalate, and you would see a similar thing, I think, in the China-Taiwan conflict. General Stilwell has already covered this, so I'll just mention it, move on. Second lesson is the importance of allies, more better, and collective defense. You see this in Europe in the frontline states, less so in major NATO members, which is the concern. You know, Winston Churchill said, you know, the only worse thing than fighting with allies is fighting without. So let me now turn to the indecisiveness of non-military instruments in Russia. Partially, this is a result of incomplete application. You know, continuing to buy Russian energy that funds Putin's war machine, it's a strange war when you're funding and fighting your adversary at the same time. But also important is the economic spillover effects from globalization. You know, the food supplies are being affected as much as energy by the war. Materials are as well. China-Taiwan conflict, if protracted, could have greater effects on global economy. Combining the effects that we've seen, you know, if you look at the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and supply chain shortages in Russia-Ukraine war, that's what you might get in a protracted conflict with China. And then a final critical strategic lesson I've already touched on a bit is the importance of national will. This rallies international support to your side, and it also buys time for allies in a China-Taiwan conflict, the United States, to very effective response. So let me now conclude by talking a little bit about operational and tactical lessons in several of these. The first is that the Chinese and Russian approach to the war is similar in some respects, in that it's a war on societies and not just on armed forces. Populations and critical infrastructure are targeted with both kinetic and non-kinetic means. And it's the conventional equivalent, what we talk about in the nuclear world, counter value as well as counter force strategies. Second lesson is that is recognizing that great power wars are also wars of society in other respects as well. Military stockpiles and industrialization capacity are looming large in the Russia-Ukraine war, and they would if a China-Taiwan conflict became protracted as well. They're likely to be critical variables in determining how this happens. You know, how the United States, the arsenal of democracy in World War II, and its allies in the West can outproduce Russia over time is beyond me, but right now that is in doubt. A related lesson to this is the importance of pre-conflict preparation, strengthening, hardening the defenses of your ally, it's called the porcupine defense, and then having robust supply lines in a war. So Ukraine is really blessed with very robust supply lines. May not have been prepared as well as it could. But Taiwan would be in a very different situation as an island state. So what you do before the war will really matter dramatically, even more so than in Ukraine. Third lesson is the importance of territorial defense. Senator Cotton talked about reserves that can combine what the Russians call hybrid warfare, but irregular warfare tactics and mobilization of the population with conventional defense. This will be just as important in Taiwan, and particularly in buying time and making any occupation difficult as it is in fourth lesson is the importance of precision weaponry. Miles talked about javelins, stingers that are used for small unit tactics. Also major artillery duels. Precision matters there as well. That's the HIMARS, the high mobility artillery rocket system that we just started to supply. And I would add that quantity has a quality all its own. The numbers of these systems matter. So it's fine to say we supplied 6,500 javelins. If we're supplying a handful of HIMARS rather than many tens of HIMARS, we're going to have trouble with Eastern Ukraine. So we, generally we've done well in small arms supply, but have not done as well in the quantity and quality of heavy weapons, particularly rocket artillery and advanced air defenses and ammunition. Now, a key difference between Russia, Ukraine, and China, Taiwan is how well prepared the U.S. military will be to repel a Chinese attack. You can be sure, I think it's been mentioned earlier, a key lesson that Xi and the PLA will take from Russia's failure to rapidly take Kyiv and overthrow the Zelensky government is the need to use concentrated, overwhelming force against Taipei. China-Taiwan conflict would likely extend into space in the early stages, as well as cyberspace. I like to say space superiority is 21st century conflict, what air superiority was to 20th century conflict. The U.S. military's ability to respond quickly and decisively in the face of Chinese anti-access aerial denial capabilities will also be critical. The U.S. needs to leverage its strengths in space, cyber, long-range air power, fires, undersea warfare, and autonomous systems far more than it's doing at present, and it must do so in a hurry. In the near term, when your options are more constrained, it needs to significantly expand its stock of long-range precision-guided munitions that will complicate innovation. And I want to emphasize that war with China over Taiwan is not inevitable, but it will become far more likely if Putin prevails in Ukraine and if the U.S. fails to transform its force posture in East Asia. And then finally, I think as Miles noted, we can't rule out having to face a two-front war if China attacks Taiwan. The Russian attempt to seize the Baltic states, despite the overtaxed and weakened state of the Russian military, cannot be ruled out. When dictators say stuff like Northern Europe really is Russian and Narva and all that stuff, you ought to pay attention. They usually mean it when they say it. And Putin's made it clear he has them in his sights as well. With that,
Thank you very much, Michael. That is very, very thoughtful and detailed assessment and recommendations, contrasting, comparing these differences. I think Miles hit on a point that I'd like to pick up on about national will and determination. I mean, a lot of people talk about Taiwan's ability to defend itself, and Senator Cotton this morning highlighted the need for asymmetric means to be able for a small state like Taiwan to be able to counter a larger adversary. And we've heard a lot of different dimensions here in this conversation. Miles talked about the need for that China and Russia are basically continental powers, opposed to NATO, which is more of a maritime alliance of states. But you've also had a situation where you have a very powerful ally like Japan that is an ally and can be an ally in helping deter China. The analogy is with Poland. Poland is stepping in with secure supply lines to provide things to Ukraine. So, but as Gerald Stowell pointed out last night, there's 100 miles of water between China and Taiwan. So, the question is, can the dragon swim? So, I think there's a lot of things in here, and I appreciate all those very thoughtful ideas. And this won't be the last conversation on this topic. I think that our purpose today was to kind of make people think about the Ukraine-Russia war, what it means for Taiwan. And there's all these things we got to think through and think about. And I'd like to open up the floor to some questions. If you have those, I'm sure there's plenty of questions that people have. I guess one of the things I'm kind of looming in my mind is this ability for the United States. You don't, as Miles said, you really need a NATO in the Pacific and Asia, but you don't, and then different states have different views. Whereas in Europe, you have a NATO. So you have all these 20 different countries providing supplies to Ukraine, and then how is Taiwan going to get its supplies? I mean, it's a maritime issue of great importance, but does Taiwan have the ability to hold out, and what are the slocks and all that? That's a larger discussion. But I guess as we're seeing ammunition shortages show up inside Ukraine and the need to supply, it's a huge issue. And so, anyone have any questions? Challenge some of our presenters today. Do you want to comment? Man and gentleman in the back, you were first right out of the chute with your hand up, so I'll give you the question.
I want to congratulate you. It's been an excellent conference. And one of the things I haven't
Who are you?
Stephen Schrage, Johns Hopkins SAIS. One of the things I haven't heard addressed in real depth was the current assessment of what is Taiwan's capacity to repel an invasion. And the things I've seen publicly have been pretty grim about their current state of force readiness and the like. And so I think that raises two questions building on some of the things that have been out there. One is, do you share that assessment of them currently not being capable in those regards, particularly their forces and training? If so, how has it gotten to that point, given the things that you've spoken about the Trump administration making a number of welcome changes to kind of see this more as an open war conflict with China? And then secondly, how do you change that if you do have that assessment, given also realizing the context that was raised in the earlier panel of a lot of the lessons that when there was time to prepare, they might have had more success.
I can start, and sorry, you're the intel guy. All I'll say on that is, these things are always more difficult than they seem, and we thought Ukraine was gonna get walked over, and they did just fine. And then Taiwan, snapshots don't work. I think trends will work. And if you look where Taiwan was 10 years ago and where they are today, that is significantly better. The fact that they just published civil defense rules on what you're going to do if there's an invasion, again, that tells them serious, and it's a message to Beijing to say it won't be a block.
I would agree. I think it's a mixed bag in a sense that, you know, one, in a lot of trends in warfare have really favored defense. And see that tactical level in Ukraine, et cetera. Territorial defense, civil defense would be very, very important in Taiwan as it is in Ukraine, particularly if they're well equipped and organized. And so I think that's a big task for those. One of the challenges Taiwan is that the same challenges that have affected the U.S. military in terms of anti-access aerial denial, the ability to get fixed targets on the surface, whether on land or sea, also applies to any state intervention. State not a strong infrastructure. So the balance between long-range precision weapons that move very quickly, shoot and scoop like HIMARS versus aircraft and fixed bunkers, you know, ought to be looked at in terms of making the defense more resilient. Mines, a lot of asymmetric better than symmetrical ones.
I cannot comment on the specific tactical ambiguity, which is very important, obviously. But I do know that PRC has a strategic in Taiwan scenario. That is this: if under access area denial is the game, and that means they're going to deny United States and allies to get to Taiwan once the first one shot fired. If they do that, and the only way they could do that is strike America's bases in Taiwan and the Philippines and Guam, and that will present a very serious predicament. That is, if U.S. forces will strike, and then mainland target will be legitimate for the United States as well. So, to what degree they would like to risk that, and I think that's going to be happening. The larger scheme of things, and I think logistics, ammunition supply, those things are very important, and I might also add coastal defense. What is our ultimate goal? I mean, joint fire strike is not really the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is get your boots on the ground in Taiwan. I think there are many, many ways we could do to stop that.
Professor Waldron, can you wait for the microphone, please?
Thanks very much. I really have a comment, which is that I understand errors in policy, strategy, tactics, and whatnot often have their origins in mistaken academic understandings of history. And in the course of this current struggle, it struck me that the ultimate culprit is the triumph in American universities of Cold War revisionism. That is the idea that the reason that the Soviet Union became an enemy had to do with a whole series of mistakes that we had made, which irritated Stalin or irritated the Russians. And we were unwilling to come to grips with the fact that the Soviets had their own ideology and they think themselves. Likewise, in the case of China, it really wasn't until very recently, and Professor Yu had something to do with this, that the lost chance in China theory, which said really communists wanted to be our buddies, no Chinese could really be the communists, and if we just been a little bit nicer to them,
then everything would be sweetness and light over there. Even the leading Cold War specialists, such as Professor Restad at Harvard now, they buy into this. And I am constantly encountering Cold War revisionism as the framing understanding for international conflict. Cold War revisionism is wrong. That's not why we had the Cold War. It wasn't caused by the United States. We're not fighting proxy wars using the Europeans. It's much, much simpler. It has to do with despotisms trying to extend, as Professor Yu is pointing out, to this concept of cultural rather than international legal definitions. Not much I can do except fight Cold War revisionism. We should all do that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Arthur. Erroneous views of the Cold War. I would add too, if you take a longer range view of history, China's turn is not, it's the norm. You know, they were actually a big partner of ours in the late Cold War. So there's at least this tiny kernel of truth that we had better relations in the late Cold War than we have progressively since. But if you look at history, when one empire collapses, like the Soviet Empire, and you have a couple left, the one that was banded together often, their power increases, then becomes more of a rival. You see this with Britain and Germany allied against France and then becoming enemies, Soviet Union and the United States, et cetera. It's a long-standing pattern.
Threat to the very foundation of the regime, regardless of who is in charge. So all this sort of back and forth and shadow boxing about policy, this provocative warmongers like Pompeo, and it's just total nonsense. So that's why if you look at read Reagan's diary, President Reagan's diary. President Reagan was one of the few political leaders who really has little illusion about the reformers versus the heartlanders inside the Chinese party. You know, the person he liked the least is the party General Secretary Hu Yaobang, who's been hailed as the hero of the Chinese communist reform because he thought Hu Yaobang was totally ideological, totally hostile to the United States as a model. And this is why I think George Kennan got it right about Soviet Union in 1946-47, and he interpreted correctly. The source of Soviet conduct is not just conduct itself. Soviet Union was aggressive all across Europe. There's Iron Curtain coming down, but he understood the reason why it was that. It was a communist ideology. It was the Leninistic understanding of the epic struggle in the world between two systems of governance, socialism versus capitalism. That's why, if you read the Chinese Communist Party documents, fundamentally it's about that. It's absolutely boggles my mind. Day in and day out, our mainstream media, our academia do not focus on that part of party ideology. The source of Chinese Communist Party conduct, rather than focusing on their action here, there, and there.
One final question, and then we're going to call it a day. Going once. Going twice. Thank you very much for participating in this conference today. The video will be uploaded to YouTube afterwards. You'll be able to watch it and share it with all your friends. We thank you and look forward to seeing you again. Have a good day. We did it.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
No problem.
Very good. Stop this card.
Yep, I'm going to stop the recording. Sorry.
I know.